Oh my God. Hey, Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Can you pronounce your last name?
Darius back.
That's what I thought. Just want to make sure. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Great. Yeah. That's all right. I don't think he gets upset by it.
No, I'm used to it. No worries.
Yeah. It's just like Nemus. Nobody gets that right either. So, all right, I don't know if you'll hear me. I'm going to turn this mic off.
It's a word. How many wagers have you made today? What'd you bet on? The line's not out. Probably. Are you betting the run line or what are you betting? The money. Bet the Braves. It's a small bet. Yeah. It's minus 345. Are you good? Yeah. Take it. People doing their bets. Yeah.
Overtime. Good.
So she talked to you about.
Earl said nothing about it.
But I was listening. Does mention sales.
Well,
Oh, you went to, what, you went to talk
without
about
raising taxes. I want to explode.
When you have it, you give them a little bit of room for,
If 4% what they want.
I mean,
That's property.
like
I think we should.
implemented sales tax once they hit it.
Exact same.
Like what the state.
It's not going to be an additional. Nothing to do.
No. But if you think. Have that conversation.
I think the middle ground. is-
This road system
To where
was
these
development
neighborhood
fund.
legislation.
The fifths, is that what you're talking about?
This is a development fund that was created that when you go to develop a place, you're gonna put 300 homes. You're paying $1,000 per home.
That's what different.
And that takes care of your entrance, infrastructure to get you started.
Put this in, you
What
automatically.
happened was when Hal Hunter was there,
Who knows if
there was this big list of
Say have a tree.
things that this development fund paid off or took care of. except for this one thing that's been going on since Palahana. And rather than that, taking that money that developers are supposed to be doing for these, for instance, Eastwood, new developments are paying off this bond.
Good, thanks for adding more woman in.
So rather than paying for infrastructure, it's paying the bond.
It was paying about, when was Palahana
No,
here?
The
I have no idea.
other planning and zoning.
12 years?
things
Yeah, I've only lived here 10, so.
all of
12 years. So
do a bill
I think including that with all these recommendations
was
to make sure this fund is
Multiple
either
people.
reactivated or somebody needs to keep a watch on this fund. And that's what they were talking about at Valley Station.
Well, I'm just saying.
Police departments going on and nobody was paying for the infrastructure. Well, there was supposed to be a fund.
Oh, let's talk about it today. That's why I put that in there.
I love that idea. And that's why I said that, because I think that it's already there.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it existed.
I put that with yours.
Is there a new doc?
He has a couple.
Those on this side of the aisle get a copy of the. Which for? EMS. Have fixes for the PD? Okay. Okay.
How to fix it. So they haven't done enough to make a proposal, but what it brings together.
That's right, that's right. Yeah,
I
that
think
makes sense.
college is fine.
PBA.
Planning Commission, I only care about that because. That's right, yeah. Some back and forth.
We're going to call the meeting to order and start with calling the roll.
Jason Nemeth,
Here.
Earl Jones,
Here,
Gerald Neal, Honorecu Adams, Mike Nemeth,
Present here.
Ken Fleming, Pamela Stevenson,
Here.
Anthony Piagentini, Ja'Cory Arthur, Cindy Fowler, Marianne Butler,
Here.
Shelby Williams Somerville,
Here.
Scott Schoenberger,
Here.
Bonnie John,
Here.
Sean Dressenbach,
Here.
Also present was Miss Fowler, who came in while you were calling roll. Mr. Arthur is here as well. And I don't know if you got,
Gerald Neal's here also.
and I don't know if you got Senator Adams, who's sitting there.
Okay.
I haven't seen Gerald yet, but he's in the building. Okay, okay.
I think we should wait. Come in.
I think we're waiting for everybody to get ready, but if you want to turn your hymn books on to number 27.
Item 27.
Reason I'm in the congregational choir.
Take one of each. You have a preference? Do you have a preference?
Comments on.
What? Oh, I see. Okay, we need to start. I don't know where Ja'Cory is. Can we start? What is this?
Well, I mean, people need to stop submitting. Who gave it?
I just printed it out. I'm not.
Yeah, who gave it to us?
Oh.
You did. Okay.
Okay, so let's just start here and realizing all the work we've got to do and the effort to try to reconcile or to at least make certain that we've reviewed each of the recommendations. What you have in front of you, if you've taken these packages, is the larger package, which is numbered, I think, 1 through maybe 39. Those are all the recommendations that have been submitted. You may recall that last time we met, I inadvertently left one out. That's been included. So as we look back to what we considered at the last meeting, we believe we're starting today at item number 27. But you all will need to confirm that as we go through the through the day or the evening rather, to make certain that we haven't omitted something. So you'll need to go pick up, we're going to start with 27, and then we're going to see to what extent we're going to vote on those items. Some of them may need to be combined into a single, and we'll do that as we go along. So the proponent for number 27 is measures Nemus and Fleming.
All right, so some of the ones that we went through last week, we had to do some drafting, and Earl and I have talked about that. We have another document, and we'll get to that once we, I guess, finish the numbers on here to go back and make sure that we've encapsulated what the discussions were. So number 27 is just about boards and commissions. It wants to make sure that, it seeks to ensure that the commissions that are appointed that have to do with expenditures of taxes or providing services around the county, there's an appropriate representation of geographic and political diversity. The board that came to mind, that was the catalyst to this in my mind, was the MSD board. The MSD board, the statute's actually, I think, pretty good. It requires political and diverse and geographic diversity. And the way it does that is it says no, so there's 10 Senate seats that touch Louisville. And it says no Senate area can have more than one appointee. And there are 8 appointees. So you would think that there should be 2 Senate districts that don't have somebody on MSD, but actually the appointments don't follow that rule. And so while they are dispersed generally around the county, it violates the law with respect to, there's a couple Senate districts that have more than one appointee. The one that I think is more problematic, though, is that the statute says that of the 8 appointees, no more than 5 can be of one political party. It's natural to assume that 5 of those are going to be Democrats, which they are. That nobody quibbles with that. That's a Democrat town. I understand that. But the other 3 are independents, 2 of whom changed from Democrat to independent shortly before they were appointed. And the other independent is the Deputy Secretary of the Justice Cabinet for Bashir. No problems with that, but it's kind of I think, a pretty blatant violation of the spirit of the law when you have the law saying no more than 5 of a political party, but it's really, they've got 8. So what we want to do here is to make sure that we have legitimate political and geographic diversity when we're making appointments to boards.
Any discussion?
I'm trying to locate that language. Where are we on 27? Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question about, you're talking about boards. Would that include boards such as the 109 board or other boards? One of the big concerns about that is the fact that there are a lot of folks that are serving on some of these boards that their term is up and either there's nobody else running for them. That's a state mandated board. So I don't know how we look at that, if we encourage metro government to make sure that these boards are full. But that was just one that I was asked to mention.
Yeah, so the 109 board, I think, has 7 appointments. All 7 of those appointments have been, in my understanding, is their term limit is expired. The statute does say that if they serve until their replacement is appointed. So those 7 members are acting as if they were legitimately appointed, and I presume that they probably are. I think the mayor, our current mayor, knows about the issue. It's not just with the 109 board. I think it's a lot of boards where we have members who've been expired, and I think he's trying to catch up on that. So that's the facts about the 109 board. This particular requirement would apply to the 109 board when the appointments are made that they have political and geographic diversity.
So, Mr. Chair, so okay if I speak?
Please.
So I'm the chair of the Government Accountability and Appointments Committee. And, you know, we've been going back and forth over this, and for years have been trying to get people to step up to the plate and volunteer, which is near impossible in some areas. And to your point, the mayor is very well aware of what he inherited from the previous administration and is trying his best to rectify the political balance. But I've got a meeting with him next week to work through some of the questions on how this is going. I mean, there's just so many variables, and it's hard to get them all perfect,
Well,
but he
Appreciate
is aware.
Yeah, thank you.
And I've spoken with him about it. I know he is and working toward it.
Anything further? I'd like to speak to this one too. I mean, I think it's interesting that everybody's acknowledging that we have a new administration with a mayor with, let's say, much more, some might say, more open um, and engaged, further engaged with the other elected officials, including those on Metro Council and those in the legislature. And I would like to think that this is one of those occasions where we can take the new mayor at his word and defer this item as a recommendation based on the strength of his statement, which I think we have to assume to be a commitment. So I would like to say and to recommend that in that spirit that we rather than vote on this one up or down, that we actually defer it or withdraw it. I'd urge you all to do that in the spirit of, let's say, starting things off with a clean sheet with the new mayor.
Mr. Chair, uh, with all due respect, I do agree that this mayor has a better intention, but even in this administration, we recently had an appointee to one of the most powerful boards in the city, which was the airport board. They were submitted to us with a 2-sentence resume. There were other people that could have been considered, right, for that position. Now, that person's qualifications were fine. We ended up reconsidering the person. They submitted a full resume and all of these things. But my point in simply saying that is, even in the past couple months, we've had an instance where we had an issue with this. That's not to say that Mayor Greenberg is doing a better job, but I would come back to, I think, what the co-chair Nemes has mentioned. This is not about individual mayors. This is not a commentary on Mayor Greenberg whatsoever. It's a structural issue because we have just lived through 12 years of another mayor who gamed this system pretty badly to the point where, and the MSD board wasn't the only one, where we saw in order to satisfy, what I'll use air quotes, political diversity, we've seen people changing parties right before they were nominated. We've seen other strange phenomenon. I did 3 years ago, I did deep analysis on the lack of diversity on geography, on gender, on race, which are also requirements of the city, by the way. And there were big gaps in certain committees that this council had to work hard to fix. So I would rather vote on it because I do think it's an incredibly important thing, which is not a commentary on this mayor. It is a structural protection so that no matter who the mayor is, we have got this codified in law and the expectations are clear. Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a commentary on the mayor. You started off talking about some actions that were taken, then you nullified that by saying, oh, it turned out fine when we look at credentials, and then transferred that discussion to we got all these sorts of things and somebody can do what they want to do, I guess is the way I inferred from what you said. But I think it's important for us to have a community that has come together.
Mm-hmm.
We have a mayor, for instance, who's willing and has committed himself to doing things to achieve those types of objectives, yet we're going to take a vote to act to preclude whatever creative or other models or whatever else could happen from this mayor's investigation. And that's the individual that has the responsibility right now. We voted for him. We voted him in. I don't think we should preclude that. It does not mean we cannot come back at any time if there's something that's compelling. But this is not compelling at this point, except it needs to be addressed. The other point is that I don't know if this is the model, or it says recommends that all boards, commissions have geographic and political diversity. How does that look? what are we looking at? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how those words play out in terms of what the model should be with respect to that. I think we ought to give this mayor a chance to do what we need mayors to do, and as the lead. This third point I want to make, I keep hearing references to the previous mayor. I'm looking forward. And there's no perfection in this work, no matter what we do. But I wish you'd quit implying an anchor on what we're doing because of what somebody else did in the past, which also did some good work as well. So the tone of this really kind of, I think, is unnecessary. We ought to be talking in terms that bring us together, that exhibit an expression of trust and tolerance and respect the relative positions that we have.
Senator Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think very highly of my colleague, but I'm going to respectfully disagree because as I read this language, the way that it's written in number 27, I actually feel as if it's quite inclusive because what is wrong with including all parts of this community? This really reads to me is kind of the spirit of where this commission should go, that we are inclusive and we're reaching out to parts that maybe traditionally haven't been touched before. And I think that that's a wonderful thing to pursue as far as this commission is considered. And I think that we should take the vote.
Corey.
Oh, sorry, I'm just curious if, when this was written, was there consideration for some of the other requirements for the different boards and commissions? I'm looking at several, and they're even more strict about the experiences that people need to have to be on there outside of political affiliation and geographic location. But did we consider what some of the other restrictions were?
Yeah, those are already in the law.
Okay, I'm specifically talking about the ones that are like specific to whatever the topic might be. So Commission on Public Art, it talks about the experiences that people need to have outside of just what your political affiliation is or where you live. Were those considered as well?
No, they weren't, but they should be, certainly. I'm like, for example, someone that's used the MSD board, you ought to have considerations of someone who understands finance or civil engineering, which aren't on there currently. Their staff has that. But I think having someone that you appoint that has appropriate background to the subject is a good thing.
Would you be open to language that's kind of vague, but we're talking about the boards? We need to have some sort of overhaul and audit of the boards and make sure that there's consistency with what the requirements are, the topic-specific consistencies when it comes to experiences.
I certainly would be. I don't think that takes away from the geographic diversity question.
Okay.
But certainly, if you have a pension board, for example, one of the things that we passed a few years ago was if you're appointed to a pension board, you have to have understanding of pensions. I might be good for a attorney board, but I'm not going to be great for a pension board. So that type of thing, I think that's a great idea, Ja'Cory, and one that we might incorporate here, but I don't think it takes away from the other.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy.
So I guess I'm confused because, you know, these are already requirements that we, no?
They're not required on every board, no. And they're required to MSD, and they still didn't follow them, but they're not required on every board as they ought to be.
I'm sorry, would you repeat it, please, Mr. Nemes?
I said,
Not required for?
they're not required for every board that the mayor makes appointments to. They are required under state law for MSD, which have been blatantly violated, not by this mayor. Although his single appointment, by the way, was a Democrat that changed to an independent right before he appointed him. I brought that to his attention. I don't think he knew about that. So I want to respect that and take him at face value. But if this is not required for every board, as I think it ought to be.
Well,
Can we have it, can we have clear, can somebody tell us to which boards the notion of geographic diversity, et cetera, which this recommendation addresses, which ones by law are required to comply with those requirements?
I don't know. They all should be. And what this says is the ones that already are great, the ones that aren't, they should be.
So can I ask that we come back to this one so that we can find that information out? Because Althea Jackson, who has headed this up, has been out for over 3 months. That's why we have waited until next week because she just came back this week, so that we could meet and get things ironed out. I just really think that the majority of them are, it already has in there that it has to be a geographical and political diversity.
Then I would say, Councilwoman, the majority of them it wouldn't apply to then because they already applied to it. And whatever information she brings back will be irrelevant to my decision because I don't care which ones already have it and which ones don't. They should all have it. And so if she says these 10 do and these 10 don't, I don't care. All 20 of them should.
Mr. Chairman,
She strives to do that.
Well, but it's not being done. I'm not saying
Well,
her.
it wasn't before, but, we are in a new day
Well-
and age, thank God.
Fair point. And I don't, look, I'm not trying to attack this mayor at all. I have high hopes for this mayor. But Gerald made the point, and so I'm going to answer the thing. We don't want to make it based on Fisher. It's not based on Fisher. The one appointment made to MSD board, I just said the circumstances for that. The 7 top staff members for the mayor, none of them live outside the Watterson. So it's not just about the former. And I've got high hopes for this mayor. I want him to succeed. But if we're all going to be in it together, he needs to look to Valley Station. He needs to look to Middletown.
Mr. Chairman,
I will defer if it's okay. If someone wants to speak, I'll come back.
Mr. Chairman,
But online, have a comment?
I do.
I do.
I'd like to echo what Senator Neal said. We need to look at ways to pull us together. And in terms of Councilwoman Fowler, are you still, every time someone is nominated for a board and you see the board packet, it tells you what districts the other current members are currently
Yes.
living in
Yes, ma'am.
and their
Every time.
political affiliation?
Yes, ma'am. Every time.
Yeah, and I know when I was on council, we worked so hard to get people all throughout the community on, but it's difficult when these boards meet during the day and people work during the day and can't get off to attend. I hate to tie hands, but I do think we do need the geographic diversity. And as long as they can show they're trying to do it, I'm all for it, but it is very, very difficult to get people to volunteer for many of these boards.
Can I step back a moment just to make sure I understand what this recommendation is? It says we recommend that these things occur. To whom is this recommendation directed?
To the General Assembly to require it.
Okay,
Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
not seeing that language here.
If it is, then.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'm not seeing that language here, and I could certainly have missed it, but
Which language?
a recommendation to the General Assembly.
Well, this report is going to the General Assembly.
Well, I understand that, but some of the recommendations were sort of general and one specifically mentions Metro Council, for example. And I guess I'm just trying to understand whether this is urging the mayor to adhere to these requirements or whether indeed this is a recommendation to the legislature to make him do it. Or whatever. I'm not sure how you would characterize that, but I would urge you to consider directing this again to Metro Council
No.
as to whether or not they then can exercise their responsibilities to ensure that this occurs.
Or the third sentence, I think, answers the question, and that is the commission recommends, and the recommendations are going to the General Assembly. So that's I find it really troubling, though. I really do, this whole discussion that we're talking about including 2/3 of the population, and there's such pushback. And then they say you can't get volunteers. Oh, I understand it's hard to get volunteers, but is it easier to get volunteers inside the Watterson than out? I don't understand what we're talking about here. We've got boards that don't have anybody outside the Watterson on them. We're trying to get them there where 2/3 of our population live, and there's fight. Why are we fighting on this?
Let me give you a response. Let me give you a response. From the beginning, I've had a question about this process. And I've indicated that I feel from my perspective, that it's inadequate because of the time line is too short and the lack of dealing with correcting incorrect data at certain points, as well as delving into some of these issues and just taking up something that somebody puts on the table. Yet when we get it here, we don't have the opportunity to delve into the subject matter and understand it and then vote. I find that troubling. You're troubled, I'm troubled. When I vote for something, I like to know what the hell I'm voting about. And I like to have had a chance to go into it and when I say that, I'm saying that we get this information. If there's a question to get more information, that we have time to have that information to review, that we can squabble about it, talk about it, do what we want about it, but then it's there. Then we have the opportunity to make intelligent decisions about the implications about the decisions we're making. What we're doing here is going to some desired objective that we want, and we justified by some, and I don't subscribe to undermine anyone's motives, but I'm not naive either. We keep raising questions about political this and that. That's a reality. If we really took this to its nth degree and we talked about a community that comes together, we'll be talking about making more specific recommendations from Metro, that's where we are, the Review Commission, to the state to follow, as opposed to open it up and then go to a state, which is, let's get political for a minute, that is completely dominated by supermajorities. And then what does it look like? Then what is it? It doesn't mean anything in terms of input from this commission where we didn't do the work as thorough as I think we should. So Gerald Neal can make a more informed decision, and perhaps someone else here, which does what? Engenders public confidence, which also brings communities together instead of the echoes I keep hearing when I go out of here. And I'm talking about Republicans and Democrats. What are you guys doing? We know what this is. We know what the end result is. And I'm saying, no, we're here trying to do A, B, C, D, and E. Then they raise these questions, and I hear you talking, and then it loses credibility. We should not rush. You're shaking your head, my friend, and I do mean my friend.
And me too. We're talking.
But what I'm telling you, no, you're dismissing what I'm saying.
I'm not, Gerald. We're talking
It's
about.
important what I'm saying. It's important.
I know it's important.
We're making decisions. Every individual in here, we're making it about what? An area of the Commonwealth, and guess what? I live in it.
So do
You
I.
live in it.
Right.
And that's why each person around here should have the opportunity to look deeply into this before we go trudging off into something where we throw it at the state level with inadequate recommendations, in my view, inadequate insight into the subject matter by all concerned. I'll name myself as one. And I don't mean that as a mean statement, but I'm frustrated by that because I'm looking at this process.
No, we've been frustrated for 20 years that we don't get put on boards.
Well, let me tell you
Mr.
something.
Chairman,
See, no. Wait a minute. Let me finish. I hear what you're saying. And there's a reality in all of this. I understand that. And that's why I'm saying we should not flip it and continue the same process. I think we should get together and have the input that we all can have some confidence in it, and we can project confidence, which brings the community together. But if we just set up a system and, we know here's the checkpoint, here's the checkpoint, here's the checkpoint, and then you just exercise the leverage that we obviously know is there, and we don't handle it in a proper way, that doesn't bring the community together. We'll be dealing with this again. We'll be dealing with this all kinds of ways. I come here in good faith, and I'm very transparent. I didn't come here to play games. I accept this responsibility to play a game. So I'm not trying to juxtapose myself. Only thing I'm saying is I have a question about the process.
Well, I'd like to comment on this a little further here because I do think that there's one thing we have to keep bearing in mind, and that's, what our responsibilities as a commission. And we spent a considerable amount of time collecting data, principally financial data. And our consultant was directed specifically to address those kind of issues. And those data were produced to the commission. And they were the basis on which recommendations were made. Now, I have to say that I have to contrast that with some of the other recommendations in here, which frankly are either based on hearsay, anecdotal examples, but lack data of the kind that we've been focusing on when it comes to significant financial decisions. And that should be troubling to all of us. So in this particular instance, how many appointments, even under the old administration, failed to meet this definition? Do we know the numbers?
I don't know, but
We do not.
I think it's a red herring question.
No, it isn't a red herring.
It is to me.
If you there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
can I speak?
Senator
The Senator Nemus. We are on a timeline and we are making recommendations, not totally on the consultant's basis. We're making recommendations for what we think is right and wrong for the merger of the city. We did have a consultant to give us data, and we did consider his data on certain matters, like you said. But there's other matters that we did not have a consultant on that we still can bring up. And we can't wait on the mayor to do or not do something. We expect him to do a great job, and I do. I really think he will. So these are recommendations. If he comes up doing a great job before these recommendations are acted upon by the General Assembly, then they don't need to be acted upon. And as far as Senator Neal's response to let's wait and then we can come back to it. Well, let's act and then we can come back if we need to do so. If we will never know everything. So what we're trying to do is put together good recommendations from the majority of us and then give it to the General Assembly, and then we'll hash that out, the General Assembly, with recommendations and input from the mayor and people from this party and that. And the last note is, I don't think this is political, and I don't think we're rushing. We've had a lot of input, input from the people on the commission and outside of the commission. I think we should move forward with this. Thank you.
Well, I just got to respond to that. Your point about data is well taken. However, we should be basing on data, and we have to be careful that the work of this commission is not viewed by those who are not in this commission as reflecting the biases or the views of people without data. That's the issue. And that's not the question of whether or not somebody's acting in good or bad motives. It's a question of whether or not people looking inside this process are going to say it's being motivated and based on information or assumptions and preconceived notions. This is a process issue. It's not an integrity issue. It's a process issue.
Councilman Arthur.
I just wanted to be clear. My questions earlier weren't necessarily because I'm opposed. I just wanted clarity on what we're recommending and what the General Assembly will do versus what Metro government does, either policy-wise or in practice. So as we say diversity, will the General Assembly change or implement some sort of policy at the state level that we then have to follow exactly, or do we have to do something additional to our code of ordinances to spell out what diversity means, understand what the differences are between the different political affiliations and the geographics of the city? And then also the point about inclusion of meetings, or what we just talked about when it comes to expertise, how much of that language will be in the state legislation versus what we need to change here locally? That's what I wanted to try to get some clarity on before we vote.
And so from my perspective, it should set the ideal, which is that we have this diversity, so everybody in our community is included, from every area in our community is included. And then I think, Jacory, what you said is the local council and the mayor figures out what exactly does that mean. It's one, if we have, 7 appointments and one is open, but we don't have anybody with particular expertise on whatever the particular board is, that might be a reason that we go away from the diversity to go to a more important, so I think the locals will put some meat on the bones, but the bones need to be everybody's included. And that's the intention. Cindy, then Julie. I'm sorry, Jacory, you done?
Well, I was just gonna say to that extent, you know, if we're just giving more of a general idea, I think including the language around inclusivity when they meet, and maybe you don't want to get into the weeds of that, but making it clear that they should be accessible to the public, to the working class public, just to make sure that folks can actually join and attend and be active in these boards.
Certainly.
So, as chair of the committee that takes care of appointments, we have been working for months trying to solidify and get recommendations to the mayor. But I want to read 32, okay, this is general policies in the Louisville Metro pertaining to appointments to boards under C. Appointments should reflect geographical, political, gender, age, racial, and elements of diversity where appropriate so that the representatives on all boards and commissions are proportionate to the many facets and areas of Louisville Metro community to enable an equal voice in the policy and decision-making process of such boards and commissions. What, are you just going to adopt that at the state level? I mean,
What are you reading from?
I'm reading from the general 32.001, general policies of Louisville Metro pertaining to appointments to boards and commissions. So, I mean, it's already there.
First of all, my first response would be, if it's already there, what's the big deal? The second response is, it is not being followed. And so we need to make it state level, so it's law, and if it doesn't happen, somebody has recourse. Hold on, Ken was next.
I'm next.
Oh, you're next, and then Ken.
Well, to,
You're at the end.
to the councilwoman's point, if that is already in city ordinance, why don't we use that exact language as our language that we pass here? We could already put that in, but the second thing is, you know, change is really hard, and we're pontificating up here about what the right thing to do is. And, you know, my colleague talks about bringing this community together. I don't know what his definition is of bringing this community together, but my definition of bringing this community together is to include all parts. And I know change is difficult, but doing what we're doing right now is not working in order to bring this community together. And so I think this is a nice way to look at things, is to include all parts of our community. And then lastly, when we talk about data and what kind of data is behind this recommendation, there's no data that needs to be discussed relative to doing the right thing. And the right thing is including all aspects. I don't know what part of data is included in having a more inclusive environment for the boards and commissions that govern the city.
Well, the need for the data, Senator, is because the allegation stated from the chair was that 3/4 of the population is being excluded. That's why I mentioned data.
Okay, so I'll go back to my original statement, which is, if it's already in city ordinance, why don't we incorporate that language into this proposal?
Well, I have a suggestion. I have another question here. Is the recommendation here that the legislature adopt language that applies to what? Every municipality and county in the state of Kentucky?
We're talking about 67C. That's all we're talking about here. What I'm talking about,
Okay,
y-
okay.
you said the as if it were a gotcha.
No, it's not, no,
We can make it statewide. That's fine with me, because I think every,
recommendations respecting taxes and potentially a recommendation was offered regarding a constitutional amendment. Those are matters of statewide
Yep.
impact.
that Louisville has fought for
This one being
Well,
limited to.
Louisville has been the principal driver behind those things, those changes in the whole state. On the constitutional amendment, Louisville is the one that will benefit the most. They've been the principal driver behind that. If you want to make it statewide, that's fine with me. I don't have any problem with it. I wouldn't think many fiscal courts across the Commonwealth would have problems. Our county judges would have problems with it. Frankly, I don't think
Then let's make it statewide.
great. I don't think the mayor has problems with this either.
Okay.
I'm trying to exact a point of personal privilege, since I was raised in the commentary prior, if I may. I say this every time after somebody comes behind me and misses the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying I would not ultimately end up with this. In fact, in this discussion, I just got some new information. I just got it. I don't know what else is out there. You've made certain allegations. I don't know anything about them. I don't know how they impact upon my decision making. It may end up in the same place. I'm talking about process of how we get to where we are and where we come out collectively. You know, in a lot of meetings that I'm in, that I chair, I try to come up with consensus as opposed to even voting. So we grind it out and all that. And we have the size of committee that we can do that. This is not aimed at either chair's administration of this meeting or any individual in here. I'm speaking purely to the process. So when you start talking about what I do or what I'm saying here, please make that part of it. I'm only looking at process. I want my information. And at the end of the day, when we have a result, I'm not out here carping about something where I feel like I've been shortchanged on what I need to get to a decision. And anybody else in here, that's all I'm doing. I just want to make sure that's understood. And I say that with all due respect, my colleague, caucus chair,
Ken,
Frankfurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm over here.
I just want to make a couple points. One, I know we talk about data and so forth, and I always come to the conclusion after I look at data and information, will I ever have enough data and information to make a most optimal decision? No. But I have to make a decision based on information we have now and move forward and so forth. And I'll be quite blunt. And that is and I don't think anybody can contest to this except for Senator Adams, who and I were on the initial phase or initial class of Metro government. But when we sat there, quite a few, about 12 of us, sat in a room to go through the 5,000 ordinances to try and make some sense out of between the county and the city and making some sense. It was told to the Republicans point blank is that we Ds are going to tell you ours to what to do. And that was told to us. And it's like, well, that's a really great way to start in terms of unifying and getting things going. And people, y'all may react, you may laugh, but that was said. But I basically pushed that aside. You know what? I'm going to ignore that because I voted for this merger and I wanted to make sure that we try to get things moving in the best situation possible. So when I was on the council, we did compile data. And I don't know if Councilwoman Fowler has this or not, but we provide all that information probably around 2008, 2009, when I sat on the vice chair of that committee. And we had a really good perspective and understanding, looking at a big chart of who is where and who's serving what and who has what type of experience and background and so forth. And it showed a pretty interesting, information at that time. At that time, obviously the population shifted, it was more centralized, and it sort of represented that. Now the dynamics and the demographics have changed, and this has to modify or change to reflect that change in order to do that. So when it comes to unify and so forth, I'm always on board, but there's been several cases over the past quite a few years that sense of unity is not being fully demonstrated in doing that. And you may not like to hear that, but that's what I sense. But I'm still I'm looking beyond that to try to figure out where we can find some consensus to move forward based on the information we have, based on the data we have, to make this best decision possible. And yes, we can come back and look at things we want. But I just want to make sure that people are mindful of that. So when we try to go through and make some changes in terms of looking at this analysis back in 2008, 2009, 2010, in order to look at that 10-year anniversary, it was not considered very much at all. We pushed and pushed and nothing really happened. So now we're here 20 years later or 10 years after that initial push, and we're hearing the same arguments, the same process, the same mentality. So we need to basically start moving forward in order to make us in a better position from a competitive standpoint, from economic development point of view, as well as the population and services.
Could I ask a question of him? What, Mayor? I just want to understand, are you saying the same process and same mentality of this group of people here? Is that what you're referring to? And
No, Senator, I'm just basically out in the community.
Okay, excellent point. And you used a word that I think is very important called consensus. What did you mean by that?
Consensus means try to get the best decision possible based on the people that are involved.
It's like.
If you're looking at, you're talking about
like
50%.
Consensus is like agreeing, is it not?
Consent, yeah, 'cause you can, trying to agree and so forth, but not everybody's going to agree, Senator, in order to do that.
I didn't use the word, you used it. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we try to come up with that. You basically go through a vote and
So
make a
that's,
decision and take the majority of
that's
it.
not necessarily consensus when you come to a vote.
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chairman.
you. Tony's up. We got a line of three more. Tony, you're up.
Yeah, I'll just point out something. I was comparing credentials, I was the vice chair of that committee 3 of the last 4 years, 2 of them with Councilman Ackerson. And about when I was first elected, there was something like 20 boards that didn't have one Republican on them at all. It was one of the first things I started pointing out when I joined council. And it took a year plus of banging away at that drum and doing all the data analysis we're talking about to prove this. Courier Journal reported on it. I ran the data. It was very clear that this was completely unbiased. The issue with Councilwoman Fowler's right. She read it appropriately, but she went over a word that's quite critical. First of all, it's not in state law, it's strictly an ordinance. And the word that she stated accurately is appointments should. The ordinance does not require any of those things. Should is a non-committal statement in the ordinance. So if we are going to mimic this, I have no problem with mimicking it, for example, adding gender and race, because I think those are the 4 things we should appeal to and that we've agreed to at council, but it should be shall, it should be required. And there's a long history of us not meeting the goal here at council of the things that we put in our own ordinance. And I'm more than happy to have the state require it so that there are legal ramifications if the administration or council, for that matter, is not meeting our obligations under the law. Thank you.
So I need to ask how any of us around this chambers can require the public to step up to the plate and say, I volunteer to be on this board or commission, because you can't. We have been trying, and Tony, you know that it has gotten better and things, because we fought to make sure that it did, and it's in a better place. It's not perfect, but we're still working on it. I mean, I just don't understand why we have to, just upset the apple cart when we are working towards, I got an email from Barbara Shanklin today saying that, the mayor said, I need Republicans. And she gave him 8 African-American Republicans to put on a board. So, it's not like we're not working towards the goal. And I still would like to know how we're supposed to make people volunteer in every district throughout the city.
Ask a quick question.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fowler, has your committee ever looked at combining or getting rid of some of these committees? I read through a few minutes ago, all 32 of them. Seems to me that some of those could be combined under Center for Neighborhoods so have you all ever looked at decreasing some of these boards?
I have not. Might be a good thing.
I think that would be a really good start, because why have a board if you show that folks don't want to even be involved in it? I understand the importance of a tree board. We have a member JCLC on it, but at the same time, so forever, he volunteered 2 years before the board would even accept the nomination. So
Say the tree board.
yeah, so I would look at,
It was broke.
I would like to ask it, if you all, Metro Council, if these boards aren't important enough and have a major impact to everybody, then get rid of them. I think,
Well, and
look at that.
not sure if I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure if that's the whole problem with getting people to step up. You know, I mean, we put it in our e-news, you know, aside from plastering it on social media everywhere. Now, maybe that's what we need to do, that we need people to step up to the plate of both sides of the aisle, independents alike. I mean, everybody needs to step up and, you know, sorry. But, you know, it's just,
We got a couple more people.
anyway,
Is there anybody who
propose
has,
that you allow me to go to the mayor's office, the administration, and get some data between now and tomorrow's meeting and table this one until we can, you know, get a little bit more information in the form of a motion.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Bonnie touched on it a little bit, but I just say this from a position of not knowing. But my first question, they kind of go together, is currently today, how many boards and commissions does the city have? And then actually, how many people, how many seats are on said commissions? And I would like an answer to that because I don't know how large this is. And I do think that there should be, if in fact, and look, from the public testimony that I was fortunate enough to attend, there very clearly is a desire for people to have a greater sense of knowledge, and I think a higher level of engagement as it relates to getting involved. I believe that. There certainly were some very vocal people for the one that we did at Valley High School, which was very telling to me. In terms of feeling, I think they said they were disenfranchised. So I will speak on their behalf. And then I'd also point out there, and I say this because I don't have to get reelected. I mean, I'm volunteering, so it's kind of like when I give testimony at church, I don't ask for your money and I don't ask for your vote, those two things, when I go to church. But there was an instance this year and it is political. I'm fortunate enough to sit on the Louisville Tourism Commission. Mayor Fisher put me on that commission. And at the same time, around the same time, David Beck was taken off the commission, who is the CEO of Kentucky Venues, which is really critical to the tourism, the success of tourism here in specifically Louisville. And I know those are he operates state facilities, but I received a call earlier this year while the General Assembly was in session to try and help make some phone calls to be able to get him back on. I believe the General Assembly actually had to pass a law to be able to get the CEO, and not the person, the position, onto the Louisville Tourism Commission. So, which was absolutely appropriate, by the way. I will say that. I did lobby on that behalf. And it's unfortunate when we have to get into those types of situations in terms of trying to do the right thing for the right circumstance, to show the right level of support, specifically for a economic engine that is a large driving force in this community. So that voice was definitely necessary. I'm not saying anything on David's behalf, just overall in terms of the impact that those two state facilities have on us. So I just leave that as a reminder. Sometimes politics does get in the way of good sense. And I do think that the mayor's making strident efforts. But I do think it's also very important to what was said by Ms. Fowler, is that you got to get the word out. And there is certainly a pretty extensive vetting process. But then I would also say, if in fact, what will the remedy be if in fact you can't find someone to be able to meet those requirements? There have to be some level of consideration in terms of, let's go back to what Senator Neal said, in terms of process, because these commissions have to function and function well for us to be able to have the appropriate impact in our community. And I just say that as a citizen. I'm not an elected official.
Mr. Chairman, I counted 57 boards, and that's not counting the 8 suburban fire district boards.
Ja'Cory, you're up. I got three hopefully quick questions. One, I just want to make sure that the sponsors of this recommendation are okay using the language from Chapter 32, of course, changing should to shall. And just wanted to make sure you all were clear where that was in our code of ordinances, and you're okay with that.
I want to look at it again and talk about it, but the whole point is everybody getting involved.
Okay. Two, to the point we just heard, you beat me to it. I'm concerned about quorum requirements and if we don't meet the diversity mandate, if they can still function. So do we need to put some language about waiving that if we don't have the full amount or what?
Yeah, I think what we do is we say that if for some reason the mayor can't do it, assuming he's the appointing authority, I know there are some appointing authorities from council, then he can go outside of that requirement. But the first effort has to be to have diversity.
Understood. And then my last question is, who's ordering pizza?
I'm ordering
It's
it.
gonna be a long night. Okay,
I'm getting it.
thank you.
Shelby, you're up.
Well, you just answered my question. I just wanted to second, but wanted to second what Scott and Councilman Arthur mentioned, that if for some reason there is not a quorum or that, is not able to be met with diversity, that's what we're striving for. But these boards and commissions need to be able to function. So as long as there's something in there that, makes it able for them to fill that position if needed and they can't meet the requirement, I just want to clarify
Yep.
that.
And I'm quite clear, it will be just as easy and just as hard to get people in the suburbs to volunteer as it will people who don't live in the suburbs. The whole conversation's like, you can't get suburbanites to volunteer, but I think it'll be just as easy and just as hard. Cindy,
And I had a motion on the table and it was seconded, and I don't know why that was ignored.
well, it didn't get a second. It does now. It does now. I didn't hear it. She wants to table the motion.
Allow me to go to the administration and get the makeup of the boards with some information for the committee that may be useful, it may not be,
Yeah,
but
it's
I don't
non-debatable.
know
We need
why
to
we're
vote.
in such a big hurry.
It's not a debatable motion. We need to vote.
Okay,
Call the roll.
call the roll on the motion to table further discussion of the recommendation.
Jason Nemus,
No.
Earl Jones, Gerald Neal, Julie Rocker Adams, Mike Nemus,
No.
Ken Fleming, Pamela Stevenson,
Yes to table.
Anthony Piagentini,
No.
Ja'Cory Arthur,
No.
Cindy Fowler,
Yes.
Marion Butler,
Yes.
Debbie Williams Somerville,
No.
Scott Schuberger,
Scott, motion on the table, question table. And you've just been called on the roll. So you want to table it or do you not want to table it?
I want to table it. I want to wait. I have questions.
Okay.
Bonnie Jones,
No.
John Dressenback,
No.
Doesn't carry.
you have 6 yes votes and 8 no votes.
Okay, motion doesn't carry. I think we've talked it. Can we vote on it? All right. All right.
Motion to vote.
Mike, I think somebody said something.
Motion to vote.
I was going. So what is the motion? The motion is to vote to approve.
Right.
Is that correct? I'd like to offer an amendment to that, to the proposal. I think that what that motion is if everybody agrees that these are good, great principles and they should be honored, I think it's appropriate to make them generally applicable across the Commonwealth.
I'm sorry.
Can you speak into your microphone, please?
I said, given the fact that everybody here thinks these are great principles to be honored, and no one's objected to that we make them applicable across the Commonwealth, and that this recommendation then be that the General Assembly apply these principles to boards and commissions appointed by executives throughout the Commonwealth.
I second that motion. I think my people in Crestwood would be happy to serve on an Oldham County Board, which they already are, by the way, because they have diversity of appointment. But I second that motion. I call for a vote on the amendment.
What is meant by diversity, this motion?
Well, they have adjectives there. It says political and geographical.
Political, geographic, what about ethnic, gender?
That's in 32 that we were talking about.
I'm just saying, is that included in that?
It's not included in this.
So racial and gender diversity is not a part of this motion.
Not a part of this motion. It's a part of the ordinance that we already have, and that Corey and I talked about adding it.
But don't you think that the principles that you're talking about would include racial and gender diversity as part of the definition?
Joe, the reason it's not part is because we don't have a problem with that in the Louisville boards that I've seen. We do have a problem with geographic and political diversity.
So can we, since we don't have a problem, can we, by agreement, or whatever the proper parliamentary process be, to include those as part of the definition of diversity in that motion that extends it across the Commonwealth?
Of course, I don't have any problems with that.
So which motion do I make to do that? Can you amend an amendment? I doubt it.
If Earl agrees with it, he can.
Bound by Robert's rules here.
Excellent. So can we include that in your amendment?
All right, so we're going to talk about the diversity that's in 32, and we're going to make it statewide. That's the motion on the table, I believe. Earl?
I'm just asking.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Just asking if those parts would be made part of the amendment, which we're getting ready to vote on, right?
they're part of the amendment.
Okay.
All right, now call for a vote on the amendment.
Would you explain the vote, what we're voting on? I mean, with Senator Neal's.
We're voting on the amendment, not voting on the ultimate up or down on the actual recommendation. We're voting to amend the recommendation to include two changes. One, make it statewide, and two, include the other areas of diversity that are in the ordinance that Councilwoman Fowler's read.
I appreciate the comment in terms of trying to make this statewide, but there's a directive from 314 that focus on 67C, the consolidated government. And I think we need to stay focused on Jefferson County and this consolidated government in terms of how these recommendations should come forward.
Make a motion, we vote.
Can I say something? Part of that amendment. Okay, well, so I have concerns about the possibility that we don't get enough people to step up to volunteer. And, if it's state law, what are we going to do?
I don't think we're talking about, I don't think the legislature, when they get to the point of writing legislation, is going to leave the situation where there's a default and everything gets paralyzed if these goals can't be achieved. I just don't believe that would be the case. We're not writing law here, we're writing a recommendation.
Yep, he did.
I would note, by the way, that 67C already includes political, geographic, gender, age, and racial diversity. That's 67C.139. I'd call for a motion on the amendment.
So why are we?
Second.
Just need to understand if it's already in the law, state law.
Jason Nemus,
That's the optimal word, because I think that the author of that realized that there could be a problem getting people from all areas of the county.
The problem is that it's not being done. The people in your area.
Do we know why it's not being done? We keep saying that anecdotally. Why?
Let me
isn't it
finish and then
being
you can
done?
speak, Pam. Hold on a second. People in Valley Station are not getting on these awards.
Are they
People in Middletown are
applying?
not getting on. Pam, please stop interrupting me. People in
Then
Middletown are
stop
not
talking.
getting, please, they're not getting on these boards. That's the problem. We can use the short, shout language, May language, they're not getting on there, so it has to be required.
I mean, I run it in my newsletters. Rick runs it in his. Everybody is trying. But I mean, you can't make volunteers step forward in all geographical areas of Jefferson County. And I think that's why it says should.
Okay, Pam?
I'm back to the process. We've had 5 questions unanswered. We didn't know the number of boards. Somebody had to count. We didn't know what the composition was. We don't know a lot of things, but we want to rush in and give the General Assembly authority to do we don't know what. Because we haven't told them what the problem is, except Jason Nemes's people aren't on boards. And I guess my question is, did they apply? Do we have thoughts about why they're not on the board? Or a way to fix it rather than blindly going in saying, state, come in and run Louisville?
Thank you. I ask for the roll call.
Can we just be sure what we're voting on? Can we just make certain that we know we're all on the same page in terms of what the vote is on?
So the vote is on Chairman Jones's amendment to make this statewide and to include the extra things that were in 32.
Please call the.
What about the waiver?
It's not an amendment.
Should it not be in the amendment?
Ken?
I think we're supposed to vote on this amendment and no further discussion is needed.
Did somebody call the question?
Yes, the vote's been yes. I think, by the way, that the issue you're raising can be addressed when the question is finally called.
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Gerald Neal,
It means nothing.
Julie Rocket Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming. I'm sorry. Pamela Stevenson,
Present.
present. Anthony P. Argentini, Ja'Cory Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler,
No.
Mary Ann Butler,
Yes.
Debbie Williams Summerall,
Yes.
Scott Schoberger,
Yes.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
Sean Dersenbach,
Yes.
you have 13 yes votes, 1 no vote, and 1 present.
Thank you. So now we're ready to call the question.
Cindy has a motion to amend.
I'd like to make a motion that there be language within this that allows for waiver or should, because, you know, it's impossible. You're not going to get it on all 100 boards and commissions. It's just not going to happen.
Which was what is the request you're making? Is it should or waiver?
I'll support the waiver. I won't support should.
That was just an explanation, but a waiver, yes,
So to make sure I understand this is if it cannot be done after it's been tried,
yes.
then the next step can be that it's not required. I support that.
Second.
Call the question.
Okay, now this is the question on the entire.
No, this is the question on her amendment.
Okay, okay.
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Gerald Neal, Julie Rocket Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming, Pamela Stevenson,
Yes.
Anthony P. Argentini, Ja'Cory Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler,
Yes.
Mary Ann Butler,
Yes.
Shelby Williams Somerville,
Yes.
Scott Schoenberger,
Yes.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
Sean Dessenbach,
Yes.
with 15 yes votes.
Now we'll call the question, the vote to approve this recommendation as amended.
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Gerald Neal, Julie Rocker Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming, Pamela Stevenson,
No.
Anthony P. Argentini, Ja'Cory Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler, Marianne Butler,
Yes.
Shelby Williams Somerville,
Yes.
Scott Schoenberger,
Yes.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
Don Dressenbach.
Yes.
We have 12 yes votes, 2 no votes, and 1 present.
We're now voting on or discussing item number 28. This was a recommendation offered by Ms. Butler. Marianne, are you there?
I'm here, but I don't have numbers. So what is
Uh,
28?
Okay, sorry about that. This is the one to update KRS to allow the local planning and planning commissions flexibility when they cannot,
Right.
and, okay, when,
Okay, I get
Okay.
it now. What I'm suggesting here is that, and Representative Fleming and I spoke about this too. We need to update KRS to make it, give the planning commissions more flexibility in approving and or denying stuff. Right now, they have certain check marks that they need to meet. If they meet those, it's very difficult for the planning commission to say no. Because they can take it to circuit court, show the judge, we've checked these 5 boxes. Then the judge can say, yes, you have, it's approved. So I'm not sure exactly what all the changes are, but we do need to make some greater flexibility for those planning commissions. And I think if that were the case, you wouldn't hear some of the issues that we heard out at Eastern.
well, this strikes me as very far ranging. Would anybody else like to address this? Yes, please, Senator Adams.
I think this is spot on. I think this is an area that we need to look at. We need to update because I don't think that we are finding that it's equitable across our community. And I think it's important that we engage, all of us engage on this topic.
Is it a situation where the, if you will, the formal requirements are met, but the result, i.e. approval, is something that is what, wrong based upon what the community wants? Is it wrong because it's environmentally destructive? I mean, what's the issue here?
Issue is that if a developer comes in and they've checked these few boxes that to get a zoning change, and they say, we meet this, and we meet this, then it's very difficult for the planning commission to say, yeah, you made and met those, but times have changed since these laws were put in place. And you've got other things to consider, but they can't fully consider them because it's not in KRS. So it's more difficult to prove those finding of facts. And if they appeal it to circuit court, more than likely they're going to win it.
Okay. Okay, I guess the question is, what exactly is the recommendation that we're being asked to vote on? That the amendment to provide flexibility by local planning and zoning commissions to,
I think they just need to look at KRS because when they put together planning commissions, it was several decades ago, and a lot has changed since then. More people have cars. Roads haven't caught up with the number of cars, etc.
Yeah, maybe we say something to the effect of the state in conjunction with Louisville Metro revisit ordinances that deal with the planning for, an
But
urban
this,
county government or something to that effect.
but this isn't just Louisville Metro. I think if you go to Oldham County, they're going to have the same issue. They're growing so quickly. I think if you go to Shelby County, they're going to have the same issue. I think
Sure,
the KRS that sets up the planning commission just needs to be looked at to see if everything in there is still relevant and what may be missing.
And I think that's a very good point that yes, it's KRS, but I also would want Louisville to have an eye toward what they need relative to that look back. I wouldn't want the state to do something that was harming Louisville, when Louisville had the
Right.
ability to participate in that conversation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Perhaps you ask the planning directors of the KIPTA region to look at the KRS that set up planning commissions
Yeah. I like that.
for feedback.
This is
Mr.
Chris
Chairman.
Gorman. May I say something?
please, yes.
Okay, my name is Chris Gorman. I'm the city attorney for Prospect, and as probably you know, I'm a former attorney general of Kentucky, and I've practiced law over 50 years. And I was at one zoning hearing recently involving LDG, and I have never seen a board that is more condescending and arrogant in my life. I think that
Not all of it.
I think the stats are that they approve what the developers do about 95% of the time. And you talked in the first part of this meeting that I listened to about trying to bring the community together. I really find it incredible that you would talk about that and have a planning and zoning commission that treats people the way that they do. I have spoken in this community probably 400 or 500 times in my career.
What? I'm doing everything you asked me to do.
Hello? There's only one time that I've been treated as shabbily as I was at that meeting.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Who's talking, please?
And my name is Chris Gorman.
Okay, Mr. Gorman, I thank you for your comments. I think we've got the drift of what you were saying. Actually, I made a mistake. I believe that you were a commissioner online trying to speak. We're actually trying to go through these recommendations as a body to try to decide where we go from here. But I think the point you've made is well taken. It seems to be in line with some of the concerns that have been expressed by the commissioners. So thank you again, but I think we need to let the commissioners address this point. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be glad to address it anytime.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I understand some of the points being made. I just want to point out that at the chamber, we hear all the time from our regional land development task force, from site selectors, from developers, that we need more certainty and clarity in Louisville's planning and zoning process. We are seen as not a pro-development city. There are people that don't want to do business here, and I think by not having that certainty, developers should have a set, guidelines that if they do check all the boxes, their project should be approved if it meets the requirements. I think allowing more flexibility here is going to create more uncertainty in that development process, which we also hear all the time complaining about how other cities are growing faster than Louisville. And I think a lot of that has to do with not streamlining. We need to speed up Louisville's development process, and I don't think that giving the planning commissions more flexibility is going to do that.
Shelby, I didn't mean to say not have those. I'm saying look at KRS. Is it all still relevant? Does more stuff need to be in there, or does some stuff need to be taken out?
I took this to be a recommendation, basically that the KRS setting up these commissions be updated to recognize, I guess, changes that have occurred in the community, maybe even planning principles over the last whatever years.
Correct. That is correct. Because I can't recall. I looked it up. I want to say the planning commission stuff was set up almost 50 years ago.
Okay, Mr. Piagentini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate both comments, frankly. I do want to say I've seen the bureaucracy related to the planning process upset, slow down legitimate, well-intentioned, excellent developers. Most of that, frankly, is due to understaffing and or bureaucratic morass at the executive branch than the actual code coming from 67C. The code has, on a more structural level, prevented a more thorough review and allowing for accounting for the changes over the last 5 decades in planning and design. So I agree with GLI that it should be consistent, whatever it's changed to, and applied consistently. So we're not asking for chaos, but at the same time, we are asking for some change because it hasn't been updated a long time. Because I would argue, and I think the data is very clear, to some degree we've seen it here. The reason Louisville isn't growing quite as fast, I think, has very little to next to nothing to do with land development speed and more to do with workforce development and tax policy and other things, which is what businesses have said when they come here. So again, but I agree that whatever it is changed to should still have a level of certainty. But I think we're making a reasonable recommendation. We're not asking for chaos. Thank you.
Can I ask clarification? Is the focus here again on the amending KRS generally, or was there was a reference here to District 5, keep to District 5, and I was trying to make sure I'm trying to understand what exactly is the focus here.
No, I think the focus is to look at KRS to see if there are any recommendations. And someone said, to see what else is going on. So I said, work with the planning directors from the KIPTA area. It could even be from the other ad districts as well. But we definitely want to get feedback from the planning directors. Are these working well? What else do you need? And how can you streamline stuff?
May I ask another question?
Yes.
Or sorry, Julia, raise your hand up. Okay. What part of KRS are we talking about? Because I thought KRS allowed local governments to set standards that fit the community, but do we know exactly which part of KRS?
I think part of it's KRS 100. Might be one chapter I think we're referring to. There might be other ones in there, but the first one come to my mind is 100.
Okay. And then I just want to make 2 more comments. I know we heard a little bit about this in our public comments, but I want to point out that we also haven't had time to hear from any of the stakeholders in the community on this, those that associations or members that are heavily involved in development. I think, I don't know if I should make a motion. I'm not a politician. I don't know how this works. But if we took out the word flexibility maybe, or reworded it to review the KRS to see what is needed to be updated.
That's fine with me, Shelby. I'll second your amendment.
Could I ask you, Ms. Somerville, if you look at item number 29, I believe this is one that you recommended. Is there any relationship between what we've just been discussing and your last comment?
No, 29, those are different items.
Okay.
So just for Earl's and my understanding, the emotion would change. I think removing the word flexibility makes the sentence I don't think it's I don't understand it. So what changes are we going to make?
I understood the focus was to basically update the, I guess, I don't know whether it's criteria or the requirements, but that's, I think, the missing thing.
Why don't we say a review, update, or review KRS,
I like that.
including stakeholders' input to find out if there are, barriers removed or, whatever.
Okay.
But I just think a review of KRS.
What about review and update as needed?
Yes, I
After
think that's fine.
input from stakeholders.
Yeah.
All right, that's the motion. You're still second on that, Marianne?
Sure.
We're not voting yet. Okay, all right, that's the motion. You got a comment on the amendment?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
They just,
Let's review very broad. And we're talking about stakeholders, and that implies development, which I'm pro-development. At the same time, the testimony that we heard out east and testimony we heard in the Southwest was decidedly reactive to that. And it gets into how it's done, how decisions made, and what folks end up with in their community. So on the wording that's been suggested, would community be also recognized as stakeholder? Or do we also have to say in community?
Shelby, stakeholder, that means what to you?
I mean, I think we already heard from the community. I would be fine in adding that, but I think it means the people that live this every day in this area and deal with planning and zoning and developing. I mean, to me, it's more of the associations, developers, our members, the chamber members, businesses that are affected, that sort of thing.
But you have no objection to community being part of that?
No, sure.
I understand community being included in stakeholders. Is that all right with you? Do you want extra language, or stakeholders good enough for you, Gerald?
I think the community, I'm just stuck to the community thing, and I think it's fine.
Ja'Cory.
Stakeholders definitely have to be in it.
I was going to speak to that. Metro government hired the Urban Institute to look at inequities in planning and zoning cases, and it found that only about 4% were actually denied. But it also showed that neighborhoods with higher incomes were more likely to turn out and speak in opposition or change developments. Lower income was kind of missing from the process. So I just wanted to make sure the review also included the public notice piece.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
All right, it's everybody's understanding that both of those things are included, to make sure that we put that on the record. All right, let's vote on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. Call the roll.
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Carol Neal,
Yes.
Julie Rocker Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming, Pamela Stevenson,
Yes.
Anthony P. Argentini, Corey Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler,
Yes.
Marianne Butler, Shelby Williams Somerville,
Yes.
Scott Schuenberger,
Yes.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
Sean Dressback,
Yes.
you have 15 yes votes.
So the amendment passes. Seeing no one wanting to be recognized on the actual recommendation as amended, we're going to vote on the recommendation as amended. That we just voted on the amendment. Call the roll, please.
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones, Gerald Neal,
Yes.
Julie Rock Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming,
Sorry, quick question, a point of clarification, please. Could you read back exactly what we're voting on in terms of the words?
We're voting on the concepts. We don't have the words down. The concepts are exactly what's written, except for take out flexibility and add in that we're going to review the KRS.
Okay.
To determine, with the stakeholders, to determine whether any updates need to be made.
Okay, so it's the concepts, it's not extra words.
That's right. We'll have the words.
Yes, please.
Pamela Stevenson,
Yes.
Anthony Piagentini, Corey Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler,
Yes.
Marianne Butler,
Yes.
Gabby Williams Somerville,
Yes.
Scott Schoenberger,
Yes.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
Sean Dressback,
Yes.
14 yes votes,
Thank you.
15 yes votes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So 29 is next. Somerville.
That's the one that I said earlier. We already discussed the workforce housing and then the others. There's a lot of ideas in there, so we'll take that out, redact it for the recommendation from this commission.
Okay, so that one is
Yeah.
included in one of the ones we discussed last time?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so item number 30, who's going to address that one?
Mayor John.
Mr. Chairman and Commission, there's 414 cities in the state of Kentucky, and at this time, there's probably, last count, only 5 that run partisan elections. House Bill 309 back in 2021 was a bill that was taken to the legislature that passed out of committee 11-6, making the race for Louisville Metro Mayor nonpartisan. It passed out of committee on a Tuesday, and by Wednesday morning, the Capitol was closed for the pandemic. It was not brought up again. As a member of Jefferson County League of Cities and Kentucky League of Cities, we have found out that in Jefferson County, all but 2 of the elections are nonpartisan. I've been known and will continue to be known by the phrase, potholes have no party. We all broke them. We all got to fix them. We all have to pay for them. The only label that I ever saw on a pothole was when Domino's went to cities and offered to paint a checkerboard domino on top of a pothole that they were going to fix for that city. It is time that we want to continue to progress forward. We always use Nashville as one of our comparative cities. We use Columbus, Ohio as one of our comparative cities. There are other nonpartisan cities such as Memphis, Tennessee, San Diego, El Paso, Texas, Portland, Oregon. I am very passionate about being a nonpartisan mayor of a city. I believe that one of the ways that we can do that is when the person at the top represents everyone. Therefore, I believe that the commission's recommendation on consolidated local governments moving to nonpartisan elections is probably one of the most important, yet one of the most vital things that this commission can do. And I'm making that recommendation.
Any discussion? Well, I
Mr.
think-
Chairman, I would like to ask that the commission does accept this recommendation for nonpartisan elections.
Senator Neal.
I just want to raise the point that that is a sea-changing recommendation. I don't have enough information. Maybe there was something that was done beforehand regarding this. It went over my head, but I don't, so I'm not prepared to vote on this particular issue for lack of information and investigation. And maybe I missed something that.
Well, I believe Senator Neal, back in 2021, this discussion has been going on. I've been mayor for 3 terms now, and I know that the discussion has been going on ever since I have been mayor with a lot of other council folks and also with other cities. And when I go to make my vote, it is confusing for folks that you're voting for a mayor of Douglas Hills, but you are also voting for the guy at the top that is supposed to be the one that recommends. And so I've been talking about it a long time. I don't know what other kind of information that we would need.
All due respect, I don't serve on council, never have, and have not been in those discussions. And I don't have that information.
I understand.
And it may be a very valid point. I know at different places around the country, you can find some nonpartisan. I don't even know how it looks in terms of geography and the pros and cons of it. I just don't have that. So I'm just making a point. This gets back to the process of this commission and its individual meeting members to make intelligent and informed decisions.
Understood. Any other comments?
Yes, this is
Madam?
Pam Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mayor, I appreciate you bringing this up. It's an important item. In fact, in this last legislative session, the 23 session, we had Senate Bill 50 that talked about just the opposite, turning everything partisan from school boards to local municipalities to, making everything partisan. And it was probably the one bill that I heard more about than any other. Well, that and sports betting last session, because everybody was like, please do not turn these things partisan. A sponsor was Damon Thayer, who's a member of Senate leadership. And I was inundated, particularly from all aspects of Louisville. So, and I heard really loud and clear that across this community, they did not want to turn things partisan. And so I appreciate this step about having the conversation about nonpartisan. Thank you.
I second the motion.
Well, I'd like to
Mr.
just.
Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. This is Pam Stevenson.
Okay, thank you.
My concern is we don't have enough information. I know certain people talk about it a lot, but I don't have the information. And as I look, most of the cities, especially the top 200, 100 cities, are partisan. So I would like to know what's the advantages and disadvantages before we go headlong into something that we know nothing about.
Well, I'd like to address some of that. I mean, I must tell you that I've often wondered why, at least in this community, elections are partisan. And what's happened over the last, I'm not even sure where to date it now, because it's sort of hard to recall whether it's from 2000 or whether it's from 2008 or whether it's from 2016. But the fact is that that one thing I've seen is that as national politics have become more divisive, that's all filtered down to the local levels. And it certainly affected us here in this community. We've even discussed some of it at this commission tonight. I think that there are benefits to having some decisions be taken without regard to party, at least formally without regard to party. People are going to have their party affiliations, and we know that they'll maintain those, and they'll bring those to the ballot box with them when they come to vote. But the question here is whether or not the party identification on the ballot and making every election determined by party affiliation is pro-debate, pro-analysis, or not. And I tend to think it is not. So I would intend to vote in favor of this recommendation. I think we will all vote according to, again, what information we have, what our views are on governance, et cetera. And that, of course, is perfectly fair, as we should all be doing anyway. I think the question's been called, unless there are other, yes, Representative Ms. Fowler.
Thank you. I just wondered with most cities, as Ms. Young said, across the country or the state are nonpartisan. Can we expect the Kentucky legislature to vote that in for themselves to make that a nonpartisan across the state?
Would you like to make that a recommendation?
Well, I don't think it would matter if I made that recommendation. I'm just asking a question.
I would defer to the senators and representatives.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm just saying, you know, if it's good for us, it should be good for the whole state.
I'll take that. I mean, there's just no precedent for the General Assembly to be nonpartisan. There is precedent for a local municipality to be nonpartisan.
So are you going to require that of all cities across the state? I guess that's.
They are, with the exception of what, 4?
Every city
So for
can
those
do
four,
that.
Be nonpartisan too?
Every city can do that right now, with the exception of Louisville Metro. Every city can be and can have a partisan or nonpartisan election. All of them can. The only one that cannot is Louisville Metro.
I think
We're just asking that we do all the same.
I'd certainly support it of the other ones. I think the next biggest one is Shively. That's partisan, by the way. And then I think it's Hopkinsville.
Oh, pieces here.
Any further comments?
Yes.
Scott, please, Mr. Schoenberg.
Yeah, I am, initially when I saw this recommendation about a week and a half ago, quite candidly, I was on the opposite side, because I didn't feel like it was the mission of the commission to be able to talk about elections. On the flip side, as I thought about it, I actually want to support what you said, Earl, and that is my hope through this process is that there actually becomes more civility and grace in the way that people run for office, rather than the divisive language and tone that people tend to take, which has driven a wedge through our communities. And you know, if we allowed that to happen in our business environment, I think we would have a tremendous amount of lawsuits, and it's called a toxic work environment. So I'm putting a stake in the ground on that, and I certainly support this, and I wanted to say that publicly. Thank you.
Can I ask how soon this could go into effect? Because it would certainly help me.
Well, this recommendation doesn't contain that, but I would assume, and maybe the sponsors who want to address that it would take into account the current cycles and an appropriate time for it to go into effect. I mean, I
I'm
would
sorry, I
assume that,
didn't hear what you said, Earl.
I'm sorry. I said I would assume that the legislature, if they were to go along with this recommendation, would do it with regard to when the cycles of current incumbents would be expiring. And I would assume that to be any incumbent elected by party. That's just my assumption.
So it wouldn't be in effect for next year.
I can't imagine it would be, no.
Okay.
Impossible.
Councilman Fowler, I would think that maybe 2026, all but a few cities, all mayors and councils will be up in 2026. Or you could even, the idea is to maybe go to 2030. I'm assuming I would leave that to the legislature.
I think we're ready to call the question.
No, I have a question.
I'm sorry, please. Yes, Senator.
What investigation has gone into this? Has the current Metro Council been involved in this process? Has a report been created that we've had the ability to review that outlines the implications of this? Is this just anecdotal observation that we're responding to? Because I haven't seen none of that, which takes me back to my point. Do what you will, but again, the process just doesn't make sense to me. You know, we take what we want, what we think, what we believe, what we feel, and I'm looking for an investigation. There's references about discussions on the state level. Let me tell you, it didn't rise to where I was in the legislature, although I knew there was something going on because we deal with things that are rolling and we get toward the end of the session, we focus on those things. But I'm not in a position to investigate and have not heard any information other than the fact there was an initiative last time and somebody has probably better information than I have, and then I'm expected to vote.
Understood. Senator, thanks for the comments.
Can I ask?
I will speak for myself to say I have conducted no investigation, and I'm not aware of any having been conducted. Maybe somebody has. I based my position based on just having been around for quite a long time and unfortunately seeing elective politics become increasingly toxic and I've seen that in some significant part rather, being identified with shots across the bow based on party identification. And so if we can do that based on the person's comments and positions, that's fair game. To do it just based on the fact of what his party may be and therefore guilt by association, I think that's something that we should be concerned about. I am.
However, we set up a two-party system.
Yes.
Flawed or unflawed, as the moment may reveal in history and even up to this point. And I agree with you about the partisanship. Because personally, primarily, I reach across the aisle all the time. At least I try to as much as I can and focus on the issues. But there's nothing presented before us other than anecdotal that we look at the times that we're in and we see. I don't even want to get into the depths of motives and all this sort of stuff. I want to get it back to where I am and what investigation I need, and I think the commission would need collectively in order to make informed decision. I don't have that before me.
Mr. Arthur.
Yeah, I know where I'm at with this, but I wanted to check and see if there are any impacts on, I know there's language around majority minority caucus and in our rules. I'm not sure about 67C. Would that be changed as well to reflect, or are there any impacts with 67C in terms of how we're organized?
A 67C would just be changed to make it nonpartisan. With respect to the caucus, the council would have to then react and do their internal organizing in a way that doesn't violate the amended statute.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Sorry. Oh.
So I wondered if someone could explain to me what this has to do with financial equity within, Metro merger between USD and suburbs.
Well, I'd ask the question, financial equity is it based on what on the notion that was one of the charges to the commission? It wasn't the only one, though. I think if there were broader requests than that, just on on the basic level of whether or not, for example, the consolidated government is working. And one might suggest that one of the considerations of evaluating that would be whether or not the way the council works, party structure is affected by that. I was struck by the fact during our public meetings, just the sense of division in the community. And I'm not suggesting that that was based on politics. But I have to believe that the way politics is addressed in this community, and just generally, by the way, I'm not suggesting it's that Louisville's got a particular problem, makes the reaching across the aisle and reaching across the community more difficult with the more divisions or identifications that we attach to people. And this is just one of them.
And you think that we make it nonpartisan, those divisions are going to go away?
No, I think not all of them will, but I think it might be easier for somebody to call representative or council member X if they're not of my party. I might feel more comfortable expecting a different reaction from them than if they know if they're of a different party. That's all I mean.
That's one of the things that bothers me because, look, this would help me if it was in 2024. And so it's not particularly, worrisome to me. But I do feel that the insinuation is made that I am not representing everybody in my district because of a party affiliation. And I really don't care what party they are. If they need help, I'm going to help them. And that's just always the way I've operated. So that's a little troubling that, that sense of, I'm not reaching across party lines. And I mean, I do that. I reach across party lines here at the council, always.
I appreciate that. I don't look at this to be a judgment regarding a member or an elected official, but on people's reaction to who that person is and whether they believe that they fairly represent them.
I don't think this is going to change that. But,
Any further comments or questions, or not? Let's vote on the recommendation. Do you want to please take the roll?
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones.
Yes.
Gerald Neal, Julie Rockhart Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming, Pamela Stevenson,
No.
sorry,
No.
Anthony Piagentini. Yes. Ja'Cory Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler.
yes.
Mary Ann Butler, Shelby Williams Somerall,
Present.
Scott Schulenberger,
Yes.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
John Dressenbach,
Yes.
we have 11 yes votes, 2 no votes, and 2 present.
So
Move on.
I think if we could, the pizza's here. So I don't know, I don't think it'd be appropriate to eat in here. It's not my chambers, but I probably wouldn't be. So the conference room is open, but somebody's in it. So the people whose this is their home, where do we go to eat? And we're going to take a few minute break. Okay, first floor conference room. Somebody's in there?
How many more items do we have on the agenda
Let's
that are likely to be called?
Get a motion to approve them all at once.
There are a total of 5.
That's with my ability to X them out later on today. No,
Earl says 5 left.
5.
All right, so we'll take, it's 4:08, 4:25. Is that good? All right, we're going to reconvene at 4:25. Does that work for you, Earl?
It does, sure.
Okay, 4:25, we'll reconvene.
It's about 7, sorry.
There's 7 now.
We're doing that. Yeah, I know. It's a quality, it's a crazy ride.
What time do you think? All right. We'll start back at 4:30. 4:30. All right. All right, together. She's about to take advantage of it. Here's, I'm hoping to maybe do the homework. We can talk and I'll with each other.
Or extra of those packets. Yeah, should. Rusty. Jeffrey's not running. That early, maybe overtime. Submit story idea. Then at 4 o'clock, I got up.
Neil wants. I don't know. I'm gonna go get the. Oh. We got it yet.
Come forward.
Really calling his.
May not need a meeting. We might need to go. Tony. Corey.
There's still, it went in the conference room.
What was that meeting we interrupted?
Yes. No, take it back. Let's see. Yes. Oops.
All right. You're up, Earl.
Yes. Okay, are we all here?
Yeah, we are. So for those online, we're going to go ahead and call to order and move forward with the next item.
Okay, I guess Senator Neal is not back yet. Well, I kind of was. 'Cause I'm not sure. We're moving to item 31 on this list, and for those of you who don't have a copy in front of you, this is the one that calls for restructuring of Metro Council. And this is another one that may raise some questions here, but I think that my objective in making this recommendation is, again, picking up on what I would say is the voice of the people. not that they came up with this specific recommendation, but I was struck by the fact, as I think many of us were, on the extent to which in the public meetings, there was such a sense of, I guess I would call it us against them, and also a great sense that people were being left out of important decisions. My perception is that the way the council is currently structured with small districts, many of which tend to cluster in the former political structure of the county, continue to exacerbate division in the community. The base of this proposal then is that we increase the size of the districts that are elected, where members are elected by district rather. We increase the size of those with the expectation that larger parts of the community would be included in those districts. And that in addition to that, we reduce the number of those districts to 18, and with the remaining six, keeping the full complement of members to 24, the remaining six then be elected at large, where we would have increased opportunity for citizens across the county to elect people who represent them. That is sum and substance of this recommendation. Any discussion? Mr. Arthur.
Would you be open to making this a review?
I'm sorry, please repeat that.
Would you be open to making this a review instead of an actual recommended change, similar to how we just did one for the Planning Commission? And the reason I bring that up is because there's a lot of data and research done around why the council was established the way it was at merger. And I don't want any of our majority minority districts to be harmed by reducing the amount of overall districts. So I'm just hoping that there can be discussion about it before we actually change it. And there's a lot of logistics that go into what this would mean. So I'm just hoping we can do a review instead of a recommendation.
When you say logistics, what do you mean by that?
I'm sure my friend might mention this, so I can pass the mic to him, but if you have at-large members and you have a Metro Council member, does that mean you have 7 council members? What does that mean when you have issues and you need to talk to people? There are just some things that we got to think through and talk through. So that's why I think a review would be more appropriate than a recommendation.
I'm sorry, you said 7 council members?
If you have at-large members, what does that mean for a constituent in one of the 18 districts?
I see. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
I would support, I think what Councilman Arthur's getting at here, which is, I would support a relook at, is 26 districts correct number? Should it be smaller or larger? Should we have at-large members or not? I'm open to that review. I think it's a reasonable thing to ask. I will say, and I checked with this with Steve Hagg, who's our caucus director, who was here during a lot of this process. He recalled, if you reduce the number of districts, it's not theoretical, will reduce the number of minority districts, which is one of the considerations. And then there's the more operating logistics around the at-large districts. If you, in addition to the problem around minority representation, there is also a question around, right now we have a part-time council, we have salaries and office budgets built around that. And, you know, if I'm going to make up a number, and I'm not saying you're recommending this, but if we cut the amount of districts in half, we would have to double our staff, double our size, potentially go to full-time council districts and things like this. So as Councilman Arthur said, I think it's a very reasonable thing to ask. It's been 20 plus years. I think somebody should review whether or not 26 districts is correct and whether or not, and I think Lexington does have some at-large members, so there's some precedent for it. But I think it should be reviewed in more detail because there are some very serious repercussions if that change were to be made. And I'm not saying, I think we have plenty of information to say it should be looked at, but not necessarily enough information to say what the final recommendation should be yet.
I take your point. I appreciate it. Any other comments?
The only other thing I want to add, I support both gentlemen's comments and recommendation on making this a review. I think they're spot on, and that is there would be a diminish of minority majority. And given my background is mapping, I've seen how that would affect about that. So I think we need to be very cautious and careful on going through that process. But I think a review is definitely in order. I've heard things, reducing down to 15. But I think that needs to be reviewed, and I would support something like that.
Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Arthur.
And I just wanted to make sure, as we make it a review, to make sure we include what Councilman Piagentini mentioned about full-time versus part-time, the staff that we have. I can't speak for other districts, but I know districts that are totally in the urban services district. Contrary to what someone said at Atherton, there are council districts that are totally in the urban services district. We are overwhelmed and inundated with constituency services, which takes us away from doing what we were supposed to do, which is to be the legislative branch. So I think in that review, also really diving into the roles and responsibilities of Metro Council members and their staff would be important parts to have in it too.
Any other comments?
Did you agree to make it a review, or are you not agreeing with that?
No, I'm taking all the comments
Okay.
first.
So one thing that was never fixed when council first was set up was the numeric system. It's just a mess, and it should, it started, I guess, in 1 and came down 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and then 6, and, it's just everywhere. And you got 7 in the Far East. So I think the numeric system, if we're going to address anything, I think that would be one of the things that would be.
And just as a point of a historical perspective, when the individual, the U of L geographer looked at this, I think it was Dakin, he literally put this initial thoughts on the back of a napkin in terms of the 26 districts and so forth. But it obviously evolved and so forth, but I thought that's sort of an interesting tidbit information.
Well, look, I appreciate these comments. Good perspective to bring to the table. I will accept the amendment to this. I'll just reform the recommendation itself to take into consideration the points you will make to make this principally a review. Now, I guess I have a question for you. Review by whom?
I would just suggest, Chairman, that it might be prudent to either one, you can have a separate commission to look at this from a state and city, but I think it might be more prudent. I'm just throwing it out there is have Metro Council, Metro government in cooperation with U of L, because they're a very good geographers who go through and put this information together. So it might be a good idea to make it just a sort of an initiative by Metro government. And I think anything has to go to the state for approval, if I remember, because I know the state basically set up through 67C, the consolidated government. Is that what you call Senator Neal? Do you know? Do you know that would, anything that come up, anything they drafted, the Metro Council will come to the state for us to identify that? Because I think I think the 26 is defined in the statutes. So we'll have to go through that. I think I just answered my own question. You're right. Wherever you said you're right. I have no question for you because you're right, because I can read your mind and I know what you're thinking. You bite your tongue.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's if you're okay with the concept of as it's just been amended by the body, I think I can say that. If you want to approve this now, fine, and then we'll come back with the language as we've agreed on the earlier ones as well. So we're going to call the vote. It's recommendation for review to be taken to take place by by Metro government, consisting of the council as well as the executive, in collaboration with the University of Louisville Geography Department or whatever it's called, to then make recommendations regarding the questions of whether the changes are required in terms of the number of districts, structure, the location of the districts, the numbering of the districts, and consideration of whether at large is appropriate, and then make their recommendation then back to the legislature.
The only comment I have on that is I'm not sure the geography department is the right department. It may be the political science department, so I think we should maybe just say U of L. Are demographers in their geography department? They are. Okay.
Please call the roll.
Just clarifying question real quick. Metro Council, the mayor's administration, and U of L, those are the three.
Those two collaborating with U of L, but they're a resource. The university is a resource. They're not the.
Understood. I'm just thinking through, let's say council districts had to be eliminated. I don't trust the Metro Council to fire itself. So I'm just a little concerned not having community members of some sort engage in that process or actually sit on the commission, ad hoc committee, whatever we want to call it.
Sorry, I think we're just basically what the chairman said, we just set up the review of it. And then once they go through, where they do review, I would like to think that will include those information. And then if you want, we can put in there that the review needs to go to Metro Council and the state government, since the state government has oversight on the KRS and the 67C. So you might want to have two bodies. Throwing it out there.
Well, the recommendation's got to go back to the legislature for sure.
Right.
I guess the question is, who's making the recommendation? And are you suggesting then that you wanted the community to be involved? Are you suggesting the creation of a commission for this purpose or something else?
Yes, and I'm really just interested in having community members sit on it so it's not totally politicians deciding whether or not to eliminate districts or change districts.
Can I ask you a quarter question?
Please.
Would that require geographic representation on the commission?
Yes.
I'm just joking.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I might even request that it be Metro Council, members of the community, and again, we could define that later, when we're tweaking legislation. And I would add the members of the community in lieu of the executive branch, and then U of L. In other words, the mayor, the executive branch doesn't have jurisdiction over the legislative branch's structure. And of course, if I'm the mayor, I'd want to do all kinds of stuff to us in order to secure their own. Again, I'm not attributing that to this mayor. I just want to be clear. The super skeptical, think the worst case scenario, right? A mayor may want to mess with the legislative branch, but I think the community input is good. That gets some non-politicians in and checks the politicians, again, who may just be holding their job, right? I think U of L is a tremendous resource as a nonpartisan, math-based, or truth-based organization. And then I think ultimately, no matter what, it's got to go to the state legislature for approval. And there's a layer of oversight because it may require 67C changes. So that would be the way I would structure it, is have the community, have the council, have U of L, and then the state legislature over final approval. Thank you.
Earl,
Please, yes.
okay, so the risk of looking dumb, I still don't understand this. If you could explain it to me again, I would appreciate that.
Right.
I don't understand
Sure.
the 6 members and then at-large members and why.
Well, I think what I think the comments have led me to conclude is that whether there are at-large members and whether there are 6 or whatever, or whether there are none, is something that's to be the subject of this review. So I'm changing the recommendation to be more of a review of the council, the structure, along with questions about district numbers, how many of them, the size of them, whether they should be at large included, issues that were raised here about what the implications of that would be in terms of staffing, as well as, well, I got my notes here. that those would be then all included basically in this subject of this review.
Okay.
Now, go ahead.
What part of the meetings, our public meetings, did you glean this from?
I took it from the fact that I think that the current structure in my impression increases the division inside the community.
The number, the 26 as opposed to
I think
24?
My impression was more the size and the fact that the members represented specific geographies. And to the extent that those geographies very often mirrored the old divisions, it just locked them down. That's the issue.
If I could, I think I'm trying to make it as simple as I can in my mind. I think what Earl is saying, I'm not trying to put words in my mouth, is what I understand, is he wants some people to have a broader representation on the council than just individual areas, which I think is laudable. I would note that I do think also, so I'm forward for that, Earl, but I also think that people having parochial interest in supporting their particular areas because their unique needs in these particular areas is a good thing. I know it's been very tense and it's been full of tension in here in a lot of places, but the place where I come from is a lot alike, but a lot different than the place where Ja'Cory comes from or where he represents, for example. And where I represent is very different than what Ken represents. And I think that's a good, healthy thing that we're fighting for the people that we represent. But I do think it's also a good thing, and I think this is what Chairman Jones is getting at, and that you have some other people that look out for Valley Station at the same time they're looking out for California and Middletown. So I'm for it for that purpose.
So I'd like to call for a vote on the approval of the concept language TBD, probably produced by tomorrow. You want to call the roll?
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Gerald Neal, Julie Rockett Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming,
Yes.
Pamela Stevenson,
Yes.
Anthony P. Argentini,
Yes.
Ja'Cory Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler, Marianne Butler,
Yes.
Shelby Williams Silverall,
Yes.
Scott Schuberger,
Present.
Bonnie John,
Yes.
Sean Dressback,
Yes.
Harold, did she call you?
We have 11 yes votes, 1 no vote, and 3 present.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on now to number 32.
I th- So we are, no, it's on. We are discussing about the Metro Police Department. And I think we've heard on quite a few occasions throughout the county that there are, concerns with crime increasing and having an adequate coverage of the police. We know that there's a significant number of individuals or slots being filled by the police. We all recognize that. Some areas are not being covered very much. Some areas are being covered a lot. And I think we all recognize that those areas in need to have that coverage. I think as we talked about last time, when you look outside, say, the Warson Expressway, for the most part, there are suburban cities that either work together as in an agreement, or they provide for themselves a police department that helps alleviate some of the pressure from LMPD in terms of covering covering the geographical area. What this basically is in terms of suggestions that the last line in that was section, basically, we'd like for the metro government to evaluate the policy decisions to ensure LMPD is providing adequate police services across the entire county. Like I said, we know there are some areas that are more in need than others. But if there's some type of an arrangement that can work with those cities that do provide police services, with LMPD, then, that would be beneficial. So we just want to basically make sure, and I know there's been some effort in terms of looking at and evaluating some services that LMPD provides, not only from an internal point of view, but also from an external. But we just want to make sure the recommendation is to ensure that there's adequate coverage throughout the county, and once again, try to find additional support and funding to help more of a balanced coverage.
Comments?
I have one question. This is Mary Ann. Do we know what the unfilled slots are right now for the police? Are they 400 low to be?
I think it had that.
Can I answer that question specifically, Mr. Chair? So, yeah, and one of the points I was going to make, I'll stick to just answering this question because Councilman Arthur wanted to speak next, but I've spoken to the chief about the specific question. There's been a number bandied about. We're down 300 officers, right, from our
Okay.
from our strength of force, or whatever the technical term is for that. With that said, the chief acknowledged that the current study that even shows that we should be up 300 more officers is over a decade old and has not been updated. To her credit, she has already said, now, I don't know if she started it or not, I don't know exactly where it is, but she has acknowledged that it is her intention to redo that study. That study does two things. It, number one, determines the actual total force that would be recommended for a city our size. It also makes recommendations on how to allocate officers. They are using, in other words, decade-plus old data on even today, how officers are divided by patrol division. Because when this came up, I asked her, I said, how do you make these determinations? And she indicated it's based, although they have a little ability to move things around, it's based off this completely dated report. So the answer, Marianne, is 300, but that's not a totally accurate answer because we need to update the study. She said it could be we're down 600. We just didn't acknowledge that we should have 300 more officers than we assumed we should have. So she doesn't 100% know, but the number that's been bandied about is we're down at least 300 from this decade's old report. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. I can only imagine that they would be happy to get the help to get more officers on the street, because I know from the time they hire them to the time they're on the street, it's nearly a year. So anything we can do to help them shore up the staffing, I think is good.
Chairman.
Any other comments? Yes, please, Mr. Arthur.
Would the sponsors of this be willing to change the language? The recommendation says reevaluate the policing decisions. Before that, it says policing decisions, but it also says police services. Would you be willing to change it to say police and crime prevention services? That way it includes surveillance, towing, other crime prevention agencies that are involved as well. Because as we evaluate that, I think it's important to note that the distribution of officers is not the only thing that should be evaluated. Example, you can't really go anywhere in downtown Louisville without being on camera. That should be taken into account as we make these decisions as well.
I don't have any issues or problems with that. I think, I guess the initial thought is to make it more a holistic approach. And I think you're addressing that. That's what was in our mind. It may have been articulated in this, but that was in our mind. So that'd be fine.
Call the question. Oh, sorry, Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the wording here, there's been an adjustment in wording. It says, it calls on, this is 32, correct? Okay, calls on Metro government to, I'm trying to get the language that Corey Arthur just put in there that changes it, because it changes my thought process.
If the sponsors are okay with it, I'm hoping that that last sentence can say, with that in mind, the commission calls on Metro government to reevaluate police and crime prevention services to ensure LMPD is providing adequate policing services across the entire community.
So are we asking them to produce a report as to how you do that? Or are we what are we asking them to do? I see these words here, to reevaluate police decisions to ensure. So are we doing a report because it may not be able to, in the situation that it concludes what it should do, for instance, they may not be in a position to do it. The question would be, how do you get it done?
To take a first stab at that, the report that Tony mentioned seems to be pretty comprehensive. For the most part, may not, I mean, I don't know all the integral parts of that, but what I understand and based on your description, that's in the process. And I think this is basically reaffirms what that report is looking at and so forth. We can just like it's, we can do that, or we can call for them to report back to Metro, or report back to the Metro Council, or even report to the state government if you want to do that. So you can go both ways. I would prefer to utilize what's already currently in the process and not try to reinvent the wheel. And if maybe we can expand upon, what that report has, if it's not covering, covering the issues that we think it should be covered.
Would you entertain using the word recommend? The reason why I'm saying is for the reasons I put on the table before, because they can't ensure it. They can't say reevaluate the policing decisions to ensure. But they can get into multiple aspects of it, or they can get into something already ongoing. And so what they're doing is adding to the body of knowledge of what it should be and how to get there. So I'm wondering if you would entertain the word recommend.
Senator, I'd be more happy to entertain it, and I would agree. You're welcome, sir.
Where does that amendment go now?
That will basically, I'm sorry, Senator, it basically substitute the word ensure to recommends. I don't know if Tony want to add anything on that in terms of the report that they're.
I'm just going to say, I agree with what you said about the report. It sounds like it was done, you said, over a decade ago. Maybe, to be real clear, what we're recommending is to have that report more often. And I don't know what the sweet spot is, but it should be done way more often than it has been done, just to make sure you're trying to address what you're trying to address here.
I think at the minimum, this is one point in time commission, right? But we're number one, we have to recommend that we do it, right? Which again, it seems like they're willing to. I don't know if they've done it yet, but it's a clear finding, right? Given the questions, we don't even have the full data, which I know Senator Neal talks about a lot. And we also have seen the great differences between how policing is done across this community. So I think, and to your point, Councilman Arthur, I do think the overall intention should be overall policing strategies, right? Because you can't account for how many police officers without accounting for technology to support them, for example, or other techniques and departments that we have within the city that ostensibly should be tackling crime in other ways, right? So, yeah, no, I think at least we're recommending we redo it and we implement those recommendations. And then, look, we want to add to that or something that comes out of it to say, and this should be redone every X years, right? It's clearly more often than it's been done. I don't know what the best practice is. We just have to find that out.
Yeah, I think I'd be more inclined to go 4. I wouldn't stretch it more than that. If you can do it 3, it'd be better.
I think they just need to do it the first time, and they can do it if they need to in the future, and they will. But I also want to note, if I could, that when we're talking about overall community policing, that's important. But it acknowledges but does not rely on the extra police that many areas of this community pay for on top of LMPD. So while it needs to be acknowledged that Middletown and other places have police officers, and that can be taken into account, that shouldn't lead anyone in metro government to think, oh, they're covered, so we don't have to police those areas, which is what is happening today. I've got it to now where if we see a police officer while I'm driving, one of my sons will say, hey, there's a unicorn, if it's LMPD. We see Anchorage and Middletown and Linden all the time, and we want to see them all the time. We also want LMPD out there also. So while we're doing this review, it must be acknowledged that everybody in the community, including the people in the East End, pay for LMPD, but we don't really get LMPD services. So acknowledge that there are extra police there that are doing some of the job, but do not rely on that because we're entitled to LMPD services also. And when it's appropriate, and I'm not sure how much it's ever appropriate, but when it is appropriate, surveillance material equipment, which very much concerns me that you can't walk anywhere around downtown and not be on camera. That seems like a massive problem that should not be so. Yeah, you did. You did. No, speeding is one thing, but on private property is another. Gerald.
Yeah, I think this question of having adequate safety in every community is very important. So I think part of this, and maybe it's implied, is that they make an assessment of the current distribution of whatever as a base instead of starting up here and, so we can get a real clear view of what are we dealing with. And then when they come to recommendations, then we can see how that relates.
Yep, I think that's right. I want to know, and a lot of people may not know this, but places like Douglas Hills, which is not in most of it's not in my district now. I use that because Bonnie's on the commission. They pay LMPD taxes like we all do, but then they have to pay an extra contract for police officers to come and look into their area. Middletown used to do that, and then we decided the contracting wasn't the right way, so we started our own police department. But to me, that's borderline immoral that somebody doesn't get any LMPD services such that they have to contract somebody to do it.
I don't think
That just needs to be taken into account. I'd say borderline.
I don't think anyone's trying to do harm.
No, they're not.
Well, you use the term immoral a lot.
I don't mean they're trying.
What we're trying to do here is assess how do we address changes in demographics to bring adequate service and appropriate services and the means to get there.
Yeah.
I'm just cautioning.
Fair point.
I'd like to.
I want LMPD in Douglas Hills.
I'd like to make a suggestion, and I'll leave it up to the chairs, and that is to use some type of phrase that includes collaboration with suburban city police departments and suburban cities. And when they go through in terms of working together, or how, whatever the agreements might work in order.
Report, you mean?
Yeah, within the report. When they go through the report, when they go through the review, just make sure the suburban city police departments are included so they can figure out how they can compensate each other, either financially or through services or whatever. No, it's just to work together. I mean, just communication.
Well, my only comment about this recommendation is that so long as there's no implicit or explicit notion that police manning is supposed to be based on some strict per capita numbers. Because that observation is made here, and clearly we all understand that's not the case, that police are manned presumably where they are needed. And I recognize there are differences about what needed mean, but certainly it has to do with the severity of the incidents that are being policed. So, do you have final language here?
I think we'll take I think we already talked about replacing the word within the word ensure with recommendations. Also add, I guess, policing decisions and services. And then, like I said,
I thought the change there was policing and crime fighting services.
That's correct.
Crime
Thank you.
prevention service.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
To recommend LMPD, so back on text.
Yeah, to recommend. And the only thing like I said, to add like, while or in cooperation or not in cooperation, that's a little bit too. And maybe I guess I'm trying to say in consultation with police in the suburban areas, just to make sure they understand or have a clear conscious of what's going on. I mean, good example, I think, is what happened at the mall. St. Matthews was there in terms of responding to a shooter and so forth. Well, MPD was backed up. So that was a nice cooperation. I just want to make sure that continues to happen.
Let's see.
Consultation with suburban police services, is that right? Is that what your suburban police department, is that what you said? Okay, so here's how I think the last sentence should read. With that in mind, the commission calls on the metro government to, comma, in consultation with suburban police departments, comma, reevaluate the policing and crime prevention services to recommend LMPD back on text. Scott.
I just need a point of clarification, because I just want to make sure that this also incorporates resources that may be lacking as we go through this analysis, if that's included in crime prevention or services, resources, training, equipment, because it's not just a manpower issue, candidly. So I was a member of the Police Foundation for 9 years, which exists to help provide various levels of support dollars we funded training, bought horses, Kevlar vests, lots and lots and lots of other things to support the police department. And it's not just a manpower issue. And part of that is as well as training. And I know the mayor's working on things from a social service standpoint, which I think is really important as well. So, and I will say, I think it's wonderful that the chief is embarking on this. She's already taking some initiative on it through the mayor's office. But it's more than just boots on the ground. And I hate to use that term. It sounds militaristic, and it's not. So, I mean, there's community policing things that have been talked about in West Louisville. There's lots of opportunity. And so if we're going to do this and recommend it, I think it should be very comprehensive.
I guess the notion is that crime prevention services, I think, was intended to encompass all those other things. If you're suggesting it something more explicit be stated. Okay.
Not at all. No, it was just a clarification and opportunity to be on a soapbox for 2 minutes. So thank you.
Good point, though.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, let's call for the vote, please.
Jason Nemus,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Earl Neal, Julie Adams, Mike Nemus,
Yes.
Ken Fleming, just a moment. Pamela Stevenson,
Yes.
Can you repeat your vote, please?
please?
Yes.
Thank you. Anthony P. Argentini, Corey Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler,
Yes.
Marianne Butler,
Yes.
Shelby Williams Somerville,
Yes.
Scott Schuberger,
We're getting so close. I swear to God. Yes.
Bonnie Jones,
Yes.
John Drenson back,
Yes.
you have 15 yes votes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I have an overriding commitment. I must leave shortly. And I was wondering whether or not it would be appropriate for us to entertain leaving this issue open to the 15th on the wording. So we have a chance to everyone to input and sort of work through the wording. To extend that deadline to the 15th to give us time to do that? I'm talking about the wording, because we're already doing conceptual stuff here. I just want to make sure we deal with it in a way that
Can
is
we make
reasonable.
sure, Senator, that we're understanding this motion? At the moment, the only additional meeting scheduled is for the 8th. Are you suggesting a meeting be scheduled for the 15th?
Yes,
And,
for the purposes of ensuring the appropriate wording issues, not to create another,
Almost,
conceptual.
almost think we have to do that.
I'm sorry.
I think we have to do that. I think we have to do that. I agree with
Is
you.
the 15th adequate, do you think?
But that's what the statute says.
Give us the time. No, well, that's the time we have to act by, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying is going to that point in time where we make, that's the final vote day, right?
correct.
So that gives us time between here and there to accomplish that. Just
We,
want to make sure,
we plan to meet tomorrow also.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it does. If the commission doesn't think that, then we can maybe put in another meeting.
Okay, so is that a if, a maybe, or is that something we,
We got to do what we got to do. Why don't we make that decision right before we close tomorrow so we know where we are? If we need another meeting before the 15th. We will meet on the 15th.
we will meet on the 15th?
Yep. So the question is whether we're going to meet. We're going to meet on the 8th and on the 15th. The question is, do we need one in between that? And I think we'll know that tomorrow before we close.
Right, and understand, I'm not saying necessarily that we have to meet between now and the 15th, or the 8th and the 15th. I'm saying that we afford the time to revisit and interact with whoever's doing the final drafting, so we can very intelligently understand what we're voting on, because 15th is like, that's it,
Yes, but it'd be nice if the 15th would literally just it's all done and then there won't be much discussion or debate that we're there. So I think back to Chairman Neem's point, if it turns out that after the 8th, tomorrow, we still are unclear on certain words, we'll have time between then and the 15th to work that out so that the 15th is it.
So we're saying the same thing.
Yes, we are.
So what I'm really asking then is, because I have not been part of the process, it may be to my own deficiency of the rewording. I know we're bouncing words around in here, but I haven't revisited that. And I just wanted an opportunity, and others have the opportunity to really go through that and crunch that.
Right.
And then we could interact with the chairs to make sure we're on the same page. And then if we have an issue, potentially we can narrow those down and resolve those on the 15th as well.
I think the problem we've had is that, we have day jobs and there have been not all that much time between the meetings to be able to do that well. Hopefully, between the 8th and then the weekend that follows, I'm suggesting that, and then the week after that, we can come up with the language and get that out to the commissioners for them to have a thorough enough review such that by the 15th.
Make comment.
And there'll be some iterations back and forth presumably.
Okay.
That by the 15th, we're done.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize, but I must.
No, it's an important point to make so that we're all on the same page.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, so we're gonna forge on, and anybody wants to move for an adjournment?
Nope, let's keep going.
Let's keep on going. I'm gonna look at 34, I think it is.
I think 33.
Yes, 33.
Well, 33 is my recommendation. I do think this one's easy. This is, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before on that. So what it says here effectively is we're asking the state government to work with the city of Louisville to increase economic development. You can read it. I think it's 5 sentences, but the last sentence is the recommendation. And it says the commission calls on the General Assembly to work with local governments in Jefferson County and community leaders to find ways to further the economic development of Metro Louisville, which includes addressing issues of crime, education, incentivizing home ownership, and attracting and retaining businesses to our metro area. So General Assembly, work with Louisville to help us grow. And when we grow, everybody benefits.
Now, of course, there are some other recommendations that were approved about incentives of one kind or another.
Right.
I think some of which included issues involving housing. I guess my question is, what additional does this recommendation accomplish? Other than some might say, give the General Assembly a blank check to suggest how Louisville should be governed.
Well, that's not the intent. It says work with
Okay.
the metro. I mean, we can strike this if we want to strike it, but it's kind of the commission is unified. It's intended to be a statement that say the commission is unified, that we succeed when Kentucky succeeds. Yes, no doubt about that. But let's remember that Louisville is the economic engine. And so a lot of what the General Assembly should be doing is working with Louisville to help Louisville grow. That's the intent there. If we want to strike it, we can strike it, but there's no hidden rabbit in the hat.
Any other comments? Yes, please, Mr. Arthur.
I don't want to open up a can of worms, but I'd like this, and I immediately read it and thought of the West End TIF and how there was a lack of collaboration with officials on the ground before that was introduced. I heard about it just a couple of days before the press conference. So I like it, and I'm hoping that's the intent behind it, to make sure it's more collaborative before things are done within Louisville.
I didn't have the TIF on my mind in particular, but that certainly would be one of the, that's the intent. The mayor, elected officials, not just elected officials, but leaders all throughout the community. But yeah. And that West End TIF is a perfect example of something that the General Assembly, for good or bad, tried to help Louisville.
Anything else? Okay. Well, if not, let's vote. Please call the roll.
Jason Nemeth,
Yes.
Earl Jones,
Yes.
Gerald Neal, Julie Recu Adams, Mike Nemeth,
Yes.
Ken Fleming,
Yes.
Pamela Stevenson,
I believe she just wrote off. She sent a message. She had to leave.
Anthony Piagentini, Ja'Cory Arthur,
Yes.
Cindy Fowler,
Yes.
Marianne Butler,
Yes.
Shelby Williams Somerville,
Yes.
Scott Schoenberger,
A+. I think I'm in love. Yes.
Ronnie John,
Absolutely, yes.
Sean Dressenback,
Yes.
so you have 12 yes votes.
Okay, moving on to 34.
All right. 34 it's about the property valuation administration office, administrator's office. And what it does is it calls for a review to determine if the assessments throughout the community are in compliance with what is already required insofar as the ratios are similar throughout the county. So let me put some sense on all that. If you have a $200,000 house in any particular area of this community, and that's defined generally by what the sale price is, 100,000, 50,000, 200,000, doesn't matter, whatever the value of the property is. That $200,000 house should be assessed at the same value no matter where it is in the community. There are things that might lead it to be assessed at a different number. And if those things can be explained, that's fine. But the law requires that it be done. So we need to try to take steps to make sure that's not happening. So one thing that, and I've done just a quick search to see if a hunch of that some people have had was accurate, is I've pulled 5 different districts. We have nine areas in Jefferson County of where the property is. And I pulled 5 of these, and I've found that some areas, their assessments are much lower than in other areas. And so if that is true if it's not true across the board, then this review will find that and everything's great. If it isn't true across the board, then what's going on? Is one area overassessed? Is another area underassessed? Whichever the answer is, it should be equally assessed throughout the community. And so that's That's what I'm going at. I'm looking at fairness. Some people would support this because they think it may bring more revenues to the community or to our school boards, obviously, which rely on property taxes. That's not the catalyst for me. The catalyst for me is just making sure that if there's that $200,000 home in Valley Station or in Seneca Gardens or in Prospect or in Russell, that $200,000 home is assessed at the same level, no matter where it is in the community. So to that end, my recommendation is that we have a group of, and by the way, that is already required in the law. And my recommendation is that we have a group that would look into that question. And right now, it's on page 10, it's the last sentence of the recommendation, and it talks about 5 appointments. At this point, I have that 2 of them come from GLAR, 1 from Appraisal Associates, 1 from the mayor, and 1 from Jefferson League of Cities. Open to changes on who should make those appointments. I said the last sentence as the second to last sentence. The last sentence is very short. This group shall have full access to records from the PVA and or Department of Revenue. So that's the recommendation.
I have a question.
Can I-
What
can I
is
just-
Blair?
Greater Louisville Association of Realtors. Those are local realtors. Cindy?
So can I ask what it is that you're relying on
Yep.
that says that this isn't happening?
Yeah, so I want to note that Colleen Younger, our PVA, came into one of our GAPS committee meetings, and she was open, she was answering questions and open to provide information. Didn't get all the information I asked for, but I make no allegations of any bad faith or anything like that. So what I've done after a number of people had a hunch about this is I reached out to some realtors and I said, will you pull random sales in these 5 areas and just to see if their assessments are the same. And if they are, then I wasn't going to move forward. The assessments were very, very different. So for example, in your area, Cindy, the house that would have been assessed for $200,000 was assessed at 20% higher than it would have been in Seneca Gardens. To me, that's a major problem. And so but to be fair, those were random and it wasn't universal. And so if when we look at the universal sales, all of them in Valley Station, all of them in Middletown, all of them inside, all of them everywhere, and there's no difference in the ratios, then that's great. That's what we want to find out. But so to answer your question directly, I had some realtors pull random sales to see, to kick the tires, to see if that belief had any veracity, at least enough veracity such that we should move forward with a review.
So could it be that $200,000 home in Valley Station had, I don't know, an updated kitchen? Because my understanding of the way that process runs, if you don't tell them, look, I haven't updated my kitchen since 1970, they assume you have. I mean, that's been explained to me. So, I mean, do you think that could be part of it?
It certainly could, and that would be, and that's why I didn't pick one house in area. We picked up 15 to 20 sales per area is my memory. And so we were trying to control for some of that. But to be perfectly honest, yeah, that even the 15 or so that we chose might be aberrations and might not be the perfect ones to choose. So that's why we need to look at all the sales. And so I asked for the information and I got it in a way that nobody can use it. And so we don't have time to get to the bottom of it. So let's get a group together that does. Hopefully the answer comes back and says, everybody's assessments are close enough. And then that's great. But if not, then we need to make sure that everybody's taxed fairly across the community. Corey.
So this could be really good or really bad, depending on the way that it goes. Would you be open to homestead and disability exemptions so that people on fixed income, specifically seniors or people who are disabled, aren't hurt when we look at things equally as far as?
So do you mean adding homestead or exemptions to what already is under the law?
Well, when they review, just make sure that they're reviewing to see what the exemptions are going to be. If you're saying that that's already law and they don't need to worry about it.
I think it's already in there. I would note, and I know Senator Nemes can talk more about it. There's been a bill that's been filed the last couple of years, and I said Senator Nemes because he's one of the ones that filed it, to actually make the homestead exemption, especially based on people that are over 65. I don't know if he had a control for for a economic situation there, but for people over 65 to where that their property value would freeze. And then when they sold it to you, like grandma sold it to Jacory, that's when your property would go up or whatever. But that's a separate kind of question. That's one that we're for, but I haven't thought about, I suppose that's already in the analysis of the PVA. It should be if it's not. I mean, they're going to want to take that into account, I think. I don't know the answer.
I don't think it is, just because I hear from constituents who are concerned, who are on fixed income, specifically 65 and older, are disabled and saying they can't afford to live where they're living because of the increase in property taxes. So
Yeah.
I'm just hoping they can review that as well when they present.
Yeah.
That is pretty much the bill that I have filed and will refile.
Well, I think Senator Nemes's bill would increase the exemption that already exists in law. I think what you're asking is if an assessment would harm somebody with already taking into account what exists in the law, then that needs to be thought of in the assessment, I think is what you're saying, in an artful way to say it.
Right, we just want the
Yeah, and what I would say in response to that is I agree with that, but the person who lives on this, that, or the other side of town in the same situation should be assessed similarly. That's all we're getting at here. Not looking for up or down, looking for equal.
Well, that's in the Constitution that everyone has to be assessed the same.
Well, I mean, I have some questions about this because I guess I'm not sure I understand what the issue really is. In other words, are we saying that there is that a $200,000 house is a $200,000 house based on what? I'm not certain. Wherever it is located in the county?
Yeah, so if you sell it for 200,000, that's $200,000 house.
Yes.
So if you sell it where you live, and I sell it where I live, and Jacory sells it where he lives, and they're all $200,000 sales, is Jacory's assessed at 190, mine's at 150, and yours is at 185? Well, then that's a problem. Why is mine 150?
Wait a minute. You mean to say assessed before the sale?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, I thought that houses get assessed based upon the attributed value based upon what the market will demand, which is in part at least based on what the house next door sold for.
Right, but what we're saying, Earl, is if there is a higher ratio, which is their language. So there's a bigger delta between that ultimate $200,000 sell and its assessment pre-sale in certain areas of town, then that delta between the $200,000 sell and the assessment prior to the sale in other areas of town, that's a problem. It violates the law and it's inequitable. I'm not saying that it is true. I'm saying the evidence that I've looked at indicates that it's true, but we haven't looked at every sale to make that determination. And that's what I want to look at all of these sales. Tony?
If I could, Mr. Chair, and Earl, for your, yeah, what I would say is we fully agree that's what should be happening. And that is how it's supposed to happen. I think what we're saying here, again, and I want to be super clear, not accusing anybody of breaking the law, right? It's more like there's anecdotal evidence that whether you want to use a $200,000 value house or just simply the market values, I think is it 9 districts?
9.
Yeah, 9 districts for the PVA. They do 3 districts per year on a 3-year cycle, right? Certain districts, the difference between the market value, and we can use comp sales, we could use realtor.com, whatever system you're using to say market rate on average, on aggregate, in certain regions versus their assessment. In some cases, it's pretty close. In other cases, it's not close, right? There's big differences. So I think what we're saying is what you're saying should be happening is what we're agreeing should be happening. What it's saying, what this intention is, if I'm reading between the tea leaves, is somebody needs to check that what should be happening is happening. And right now, there's, number one, nobody that actually checks it. And number two, there's some anecdotal evidence that there is a problem. So, and I will tell you now, I'll give 5 seconds of grace here. COVID threw this all into a loop. right? The PVA, and this was true not in just our jurisdiction, but in many jurisdictions, did delays and different funky things to provide temporary relief to people on a very short-term basis. That's okay. Nobody, I think, disputes that. But, you know, we're well out of that now, and we should be back to an area where everybody's been assessed at an aggregate level. So it's not so much individual homes, but at an aggregate level by region, we should see very similar one standard deviation changes of the difference between assessed value and market value. So it's really, we're auditing the process and making sure it's being followed.
I hear you, but I guess I say some areas get hot and then the property values escalate at a different rate than other places. But, you know.
Yeah,
guys,
and that should be controlled. That's controlled by the assessment going up. And that's fine. But all that should be, that's why they use ratio. And so you should be able to compare across values across areas of town. And if an explanation is, look, this is not, it's a little different here than it is elsewhere, and here's the reason, that's great. But then let's figure out if we can address the reason.
This issue's not been put on the table. Now, the PVA will be here tomorrow with the benefit of the commissioners.
Cindy's got a question.
So how do you propose that all of this, I mean, because it's going to be a lot of work. Are you going to hire a company who's going to pay for that?
Yeah, I don't know that it'll be a lot of work. So the information is obtained, it'll be some work, but the information is obtained every year, supposed to be, and given to the Department of Revenue. And so the information is there. So it just needs to be analyzed in a way that makes sure that the equity across the community is also there.
But who's going to analyze that? That's my question.
It's that group, it's that 5-person group.
That's a huge undertaking for 5 people. I
Well-
mean, how many houses are you thinking of reviewing?
Well, it's going to be it's on a spreadsheet, so it'll be manipulable electronically. So they won't be going to my house and your house and her house and his house. They'll be doing it, and hopefully they'll be able, and they should be able to divide it up by area of the community. What was the assessment? What was the sale price? And that'll be the base, and it'll be different, whatever. And then they'll come in and they'll say, well, this was a flip. That probably messes it up. Let's see what we can get rid of the flips. And there are ways that they can do that. And then they can analyze that data. And so if the 5-person committee, if it's too much for them to do, then I think that, you know, we can analyze that before we pass it in the statute, but I don't think it's too much for them to do.
Well,
In fact, I think
if it
people will be
is-
honored to be on the committee, but it, you know, well, I don't
If
know.
it is too much, I mean, somebody's got to pay for it, right?
Did,
If there's
did
cost,
I,
yeah.
did I hear Earl say that the PVA will be at the meeting tomorrow?
Yes.
May I suggest we table this till we hear from her tomorrow so people better understand exactly what her office does, how they do it, et cetera?
Second.
Yeah, I think that's only fair. I'm gonna be asking for a vote on this tomorrow, but I think it's only fair to hear from her. But I will be asking for a vote on this. I've asked for some documents. I'll have a colloquy about it with her tomorrow about that, but, I think it's fair to listen to her before we vote on it.
Thank you.
Okay, so
So
we're
you're
defining
okay
this
with
one?
tabling it? We don't need to take a vote.
I don't want to table it. I'm not gonna say tabling it because that has connotations, that I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna call it today.
Does not.
Okay.
I will call
so-
it for a vote tomorrow.
Okay, so we can move on?
So we're on item, is it 35?
Yeah, that's right.
You all want to address this one or?
We can.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty simple to read. You see what's happened in the last, over the last decade is there have been a number of connection points with our government that has been closed in Valley Station and Oklahoma and Middletown and some others. And there's not as good of a way to interface with the mayor's office and with government. Obviously, with the deputy mayors, none of them outside the Watterson, with his top staff, none of them outside the Watterson. When you put that on top of what's happened in the last 20 years to the areas that are growing the most, that's a problem. So we need to figure out how are we going to make sure that we can allow the people outside of the areas that have these opportunities to interface with the government. How are we going to give those people an ability to do that? And so we're making a recommendation. We're not requiring. We're making a recommendation, as you see, that the metro government address those issues in underserved areas. Ja'Cory.
Just wanted to read from the mayor's office what they sent in the record. The mayor supports reopening government centers as suggested by this recommendation. He does not support limiting his flexibility in staffing decisions or his office. And I'll add that I'm not really in agreement with that last piece. And we've actually had conversations about accountability of the executive branch. We don't really have much of a say in the deputy mayor process, the hiring process. So I don't know if it would be too much for us to get involved with, but I think that's a fair question to ask. Should we be involved in the appointment of the deputy mayors and whatnot? Otherwise, we really have little to no accountability over those folks. And I think going through a Metro Council hearing of some sort, asking questions, making sure these are experts, making sure it's politically and geographically diverse is really important if we want to hold the executive branch accountable.
Well, now let me ask a question here now. Are you making the same recommendation, Mr. Ja'Cory, as relates to the mayor's staff?
He's saying top staff.
Yes, so not everyone, but specifically if we're talking about deputy mayors, they've had different titles in the past. But
What's the difference between a commissioner, a department head, a deputy mayor, a chief bottle washer? I mean, what difference does it make?
so responsibilities and power, if you're a deputy mayor right now, you're in charge of several different departments, hundreds of Metro government employees are your managerial responsibility. And like I said, we have little to no accountability over those folks. The mayor gets to pick them, and we can like them or we can hate them, and it really doesn't matter.
Well, no, I mean, I guess I'm sort of analogizing this to other kinds of offices where, you have an executive, you have a legislative branch, and there are agreements about, what's the level of approval for certain positions, but I wouldn't have thought that got to the level of the staff of the mayor, just like it doesn't get to the level of the staff of the president. The cabinet officers maybe, but not the staff, which are constitutional officers, by the way, because they have succession powers. That's not true of deputy mayors, I don't believe, unless it is, you tell me. And so why should the council be able to approve the deputy mayor?
Well, I think for the same reason there's a recommendation about appointing deputy mayors who reside in underserved areas of our county. There's really one person who's in charge of doing that right now. And not to him, no criticism to Fisher, but we want to make sure we address the structural issue with the fact that that hasn't been happening. And if we set up a Metro Council process, hopefully it's more transparent for the public to see, and we can actually ensure that happens, not behind closed doors, but publicly for everyone to notice and understand that we are going to prioritize diversity. Right now, there's no way for us to really do that. Like I said, we can take it or leave it.
And that wasn't part of my recommendation, but I like it. Tony.
Yeah.
So a couple things. First of all, there actually is a succession plan outlined in 67C. There must be one deputy mayor who is, and currently it's Barbara Sexton Smith as an example. There's 4 deputy mayors currently, and actually I think 5 now with Pat Malloy, but anyway, there's a bunch. So, but one must be designated as the succession plan, and that in this case is Barbara Sexton Smith. It was Ellen Hessen under Mayor Fisher, and even in that case, we have no oversight over that person, right? But I will say I fully support, first of all, and it sounds like the mayor does too, right? This happened in the East End. The East End used to have an East End Government Center where the library was, where the police department was, where actually the state, Kentucky, the neighborhood place, the
Court was there.
the ag,
District court.
yes, Yeah, all kinds of stuff, right? That has all been spread to the wind. They are literally in 5 or 6 different locations now for the East End. There's no one place you can go to interact with metro government at this point, at least for the East End. So it sounds like we're on the same page. As far as the oversight of staff, the only complicating factor, I fully support this, particularly at the deputy mayor position. I would limit it to the deputy mayor position initially, as a matter of fact. The catch is, just to be clear with everybody, is that each mayor has changed up, and there's actually no constitutional or statutory requirement for the structure of government they must have beyond having a mayor and one deputy mayor, and that is it. After that, they can literally make it up in whatever structure they want after that. Mayor Fisher, other than the one deputy mayor, had chiefs. I prefer what we have gone back to, which was what Abramson had, which was deputy mayors, right?
Outside the Waterson, by the way.
I'm sorry?
He had some outside the Waterson.
That's true. But the point is that he went back to this deputy mayor structure that hasn't existed. So my point is, if we are going to pursue some level of oversight into those positions, which I fully support to be very clear. Number one, I would limit it to only a few of the very top positions, deputy mayor, but we would also have to then require a certain, say you must have 5 deputy mayors. I'm making that up, but you would have to require it, because otherwise, I'll give you an example of where prior administrations have completely eliminated positions that exist in the law, and that is the position of captain from LMPD. It used to be that, and to this day, there is an FOP contract with the position of captain in it. There are precisely 0 captains in LMPD currently. Captains used to be the patrol division heads. So the 8 patrol divisions had a captain that was leading it. The captain position was a merit-based position. You tested into it. So it wasn't a political appointee. I believe under the Fisher administration, it could even predate his administration, the Abramson administration, they eliminated all the captain positions. So now it's all majors. Majors and above are all political appointees from the mayor's office. So he completely eliminated that position in lieu of having political control over the patrol division command. So my point is simply, if we are going to go down this pathway of having some oversight, which I agree with, it would require us mandating a certain structure at the top level of the executive branch, which is not mandated in 67C other than one position.
I love how Ja'Cory and Tony have hijacked my recommendation here, but Ja'Cory.
And I was just gonna say, to that point, we could pass this recommendation today, and then the current mayor could change the title of the deputy mayors, and then kind of the hell with the intent of this. So again, I'm really interested in accountability, and that looks a lot of different ways, but right now we really don't have it.
If I may, I think this mayor has already mentioned that he is open to bringing government centers something similar to that. In terms of his staff, I think a mayor should pick his or her own staff, the same as a council person picks his or her own staff. And he does have deputy mayors that live outside the Waterson. Nicole George lives outside the Waterson. Pat
can hit a
Malloy
golf
lives in a small city.
You can hit a golf ball from the Waterson that hit her house.
She still serves South Louisville.
Expanding Waterson Expressway? Is that
Golf
it?
balls throw.
Oh, God.
But she is outside the Waterson. He also has other senior staff that lives
Okay.
outside the Waterson. But
Well, she's in Shelby County.
no, Julie Carr's not.
Okay, well, Julie's not one of his top 7 staff.
Okay, so where are we on this now? Because we started down one path and we're now far field. Because I don't know whether we're talking about an amendment to a recommendation.
mayor
which
agreed
we
with
voted
this.
Separately, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, it doesn't, no, he says we dictate his staff. It's not dictating his staff. This says we ask him to consider either 3 things. 1, opening the government centers, which he said he's for. Consider, not mandate, consider appointing a deputy mayor who lives outside, underserved areas, and consider creating an Office of Suburban Services. That's the recommendation. We're not trying to control who his staff is. I know we had a lot of discussion about confirmation type things. That's not in this recommendation. This recommendation says, look, people who live outside in the communities, except for Nicole George, who lives a stone's throw away from the Waterson, don't live outside the Waterson unless they live in Shelby County. And we need to have an easy way to interface with our government. That's all it says.
Can I ask a question here? Regarding the government centers, were those solely creatures or institutions of the mayor?
No.
Okay, so
They
they were,
A lot of city government and state government, little state government, a lot of state government.
so who controls them?
Well, the metro government shut them down.
Can we back up here?
Like to know.
And this is a metro government, not mayor recommendation.
So metro government shut them down. Were they funded exclusively by the mayor's office, or did the clerk's office and other
Yeah, the clerk's office paid rent.
paid rent as well? Okay.
Well, can we back up? I'm sorry.
Whether or not
Station.
the
Where did they
shutdown
close one?
decision was
Where did they
based
close one
upon
at in Valley Station?
the mayor's decision versus what could be.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'm sorry.
It was the
there's
one on Dixie.
misinformation going on here. This is not totally accurate. I apologize. And I don't mean to interrupt you. Each one is a little different, but I will tell you, generally speaking, I'll use the East Government Center as an example, but the example is accurate as far as who has jurisdiction, right? The Metro Council passes the budget, which funds all that stuff, but all we pass is the budget. The mayor executes it. So in the case of the East Government Center, he made a unilateral decision with no approval from any member of council to shut it down. And as a matter of fact, he did it a month before, while we were debating the budget at that time. So we hadn't even approved the budget he anticipated or guessed or whatever, and just made a unilateral decision to shut it down. So my point in saying that is, regardless, it is Metro Council, all we have is what I'll call top-level budget authority. We very rarely, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, it is shockingly rare, though, and it's bad policy, frankly, to say in the budget, here's $3 million and it must be for the East Government Center, right? We rarely do that. We say, you have $3 million for public works, and then there's categories, and then the mayor executes within those categories. So he can execute it by bringing it all together and having a government center, or he can split it up into 5 different places. That is totally in the control and the execution responsibilities of the mayor only.
Well,
I hope that helps.
Oh, then I guess you're really raising a question about how the council exercises its authority. If I recall correctly, in the most recent budget passed by the council, it did direct certain funds to be directed to certain purposes. I know that was the case with parks, for example. Now, that might have been unusual, but it was done. So, I mean, rather than saying, let's put the mayor in a straitjacket and let's bolt it down so that it's fixed for all future mayors.
This isn't about the mayor.
I'm addressing the rump amendment to your, what do you call it? I think, that we need to consider whether or not that's something that should be done, or whether the council itself ought to say, these are the rules, now you abide by them. Anyway, that's not are you accepting an amendment to your?
No, if they want to have their own recommendation, but I think it's a very different recommendation than this one.
Okay.
Cindy.
Okay, I need to understand where in Valley Station they closed a government center.
It's the one in Dixie Highway, and they've reduced a bunch of,
Closed.
they pulled a bunch of services out of there.
Yeah, the state pulled the medical services that we really badly needed, and I've been begging for 10 years to get them back, but it hadn't happened.
Yeah, I don't know about the
No money.
services that were pulled there for medical. I talked to Governor Bashir about that.
Well, the WIC office is there, and
Yeah.
I have an office there. So, and then Okolona has got a government center.
Well, they got the building there, still in Oklahoma. The court services have been removed. A lot of that has been removed. I'll talk to Governor Bashir about the medical services that you referenced. I don't know why those were pulled out.
Money.
Okay, well, I'll talk to Governor Bashir about that. Those people pay taxes too. They shouldn't have had anything removed like that. The fundamental point is, and I think you would agree, I hope, that people who live in your district and in mine and across the hinterlands of the county, they don't have access to their government, their city government in anywhere near what they ought to. So what we're asking is for that to be recognized by Metro government, by the mayor and the council, and to do some things. either open some centers, have some more services out there, maybe put a deputy mayor, maybe figure out what can we do for an office of suburban services. I don't know what the answer is. We're providing some examples, but we're saying we think this is an area that should be resolved.
What for you all to say, though, that they've closed the government centers. They haven't closed the government centers. They're still there.
Okay, we're gonna delete that sentence. Are you for it?
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave the sentence in.
Wow.
Well, I mean, we've had a lot of amendments where people end up voting no anyway.
Well, I mean, it's just not, it's not true.
Okay,
Okay, that's all. Jason?
I understand.
Chairman, can I just ask, haven't we already had the conversation that the mayor's already moving in this direction?
Well,
Oh, I'm just saying, why can't we just vote on it rather than debate it? Because it seems like
it's fine with me.
we're already moving in that direction. Love the discussion, just.
Okay, so this is on the question of the alternative is, the recommendation is for the alternative of restoring any of the closed centers, which apparently is one. And then the other would be, or find some way to extend metro government facilities and contact points into the suburban areas.
Yeah, so what my recommendation is to pass it as is, deleting the second and third sentences.
Can you read this? How does it?
It would read this way. The commission recognizes that many city services interaction points have been reduced since merger. The commission believes metro government should act to remedy this situation by considering reopening government centers in various areas around the county by the mayor creating an office of suburban services and/or by appointing a deputy mayor or two who reside in underserved areas in the county.
Any further discussion of this one?
No, and I just want to be clear, I didn't motion to amend it. I just asked the question. But one of our responsibilities on this commission is to review the roles, duties of the mayor, legislative council as it relates to duties, oversight, budgeting, administration of Metro. So we don't have to take up the question, that's fine, but I just wanted to throw it out as a suggestion as one of the ways we can provide some oversight that we do not currently have whatsoever.
So are you suggesting an amendment that we're going to vote on the amendment first, or do you want to make that as a separate recommendation?
No, I just wanted to be clear. I wasn't making an amendment for what I was saying yet.
Sounds like a good recommendation.
Okay, we're going to vote on the recommendation as just articulated by the co-chair.
Jason Nemeth.
Yes.
Earl Jones. Gerald Neal. Julie Rocket Adams. Mike Nemeth.
Yes.
Ken Fleming.
Yes.
Pamela Stevenson. Anthony Piagentini. Ja'Cory Arthur.
Yes.
Cindy Fowler.
Yes.
Mary Ann Butler.
Yes.
Shelby Williams Somerville.
Yes.
Scott Schoenberger.
Yes.
Bonnie Jones.
Yes.
Sean Dressenbach.
Yes.
So you have 13 yes votes.
Moving on then to item number.
Coming back tomorrow, you want
What?
coming back tomorrow, you want.
Well, we've got, let's see,
Let's
what is 36? Infrastructure. 36, Mary Ann, this is yours on infrastructure. Do you want to, I think if we've got 4 left, if we can be efficient, we might be able to get this thing done.
Can you read to me what the,
I just sent it to you.
Let's come back to her so she can prepare.
Okay.
I think she's got 3 of the next 4. I'll go ahead and take mine, Marion, and then you close with the last 3. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Okay, number 37, the commission recommends that funds received from the state government for road and transportation capital improvements should be fairly distributed across the county's non-incorporated areas based on population and economic development.
A second.
Some discussion. The basis for concluding this is not being done today is?
Well, the data that Paul had sent to us says it's not being done today. What is being done fairly today is repaving of existing,
Right.
of existing roads and infrastructure. This is new capital projects, new capital road projects funded by Kentucky State Road dollars. And so a lot of those, some of those dollars go to the incorporated cities, but if you don't live in an incorporated city, then you don't get any of those dollars. It all comes to Louisville Metro. And what this is saying is the areas that aren't incorporated by suburban cities should have an equal distribution of the state road fund dollars. So if you live in Valley Station or Okolona or inside the Waterson, you should have an equal distribution of those dollars based on the information that the population and economic development. So by definition, downtown would get more because of economic development issues, but population, economic development in the other areas are to be considered when making capital projects.
How does density figure into this calculation?
Population?
So an area might be equal, might have a large number of people spread out over many miles. How does that figure into this equation?
Well, they would get fewer dollars per acre, if you will.
Okay, so it's not absolute population, then density does figure.
Well, so for example, the population of District 17, let's control for the fact that some of that's incorporated. So let's say that, so what is, you have any incorporations in your area, Cindy? Cindy? No. So what's your district number? 14. What's yours, Ja'Cory? Okay. So the distribution of the monies in 14 and 4 should be generally the same, not exactly the same, but generally the same because their districts, by virtue of them being separate districts, already have the same amount of population, plus or minus just a little bit of a deviation. And so generally, the people that live in Cindy's district should get the same amount of dollars as the people who live in Ja'Cory's. Now, that would be different in the East End because there's a lot of incorporated areas. So Marilyn Parker's district, for example, I don't know the number, but her district would get far fewer dollars from the metro government, as it ought to be, because she's got areas like Hurstbourne and like Douglas Hills, which get dollars directly from the state.
But what is this, a recommendation to whom?
It's a recommendation to the city,
Metro government.
metro, both council and the mayor.
Can I bring up another issue? So, and this is something that I have worked on, I've studied. I have no small cities in my district, but there are several in the east that have several small cities within them. And they get the same allotment, allocation, CIF funds for sidewalks and roads as I do. But 3/4 of some of their districts don't have the need because they've got small cities that are taking care of those roads. And so, I need to understand what's fair about that.
Can I interject? So when you said NDF, Cindy, NDFs,
CIF.
okay, capital improvement projects. That is all encompassing project because I put some of my CIF money into a park that was in metro government, but it was next to St. Matthews. So not all that CIF goes to roads. It goes to parks. It goes to other things. So
Yeah,
I
you're
wouldn't assume that it's all roads because
Right.
I mean,
But
like I said,
there
when
is,
I handled it, it was very little roads. I mean, I had maybe 10%, if I can remember, a long time ago. 10% of mine went to my roads.
right.
Rest of my CIF and my NDF
Right.
went into other areas.
But that's my point. You've got extra money to improve your parks, and I don't because I'm having to take care of every bit of those road mileage and sidewalks. I mean, so that's my point.
So-
You've got extra money left over, and
Oh,
I'm not.
So how would you distribute the money? Would you put the more?
No, I'm just saying.
That's we need to have to figure that out and come to the solution because right now it's got to be fair to everybody.
I've got a percentage in my office that, breaks down what percentage it would be, but that was one of the pieces, was the fact that some CI funds are used in parks.
Well, I mean, not
Are you all
be
talking
blunt, but
about two different funds?
you have to be, basically, you have to prioritize your areas and what you're, listen to your constituents, where the money needs to be allocated. That's what I do.
It sounds like.
No, I gather the point was, that to the extent, for example, where you're located, Mr. Fleming, there are suburban cities, and therefore the areas in which you would need to put into certain kind of capital funds is more constrained or more limited. Well, that's what I understood. Is that wrong?
Here's another example. I had to lobby the state because I had a really bad intersection and I did not have enough money. And I had to scratch as much money as I can from Metro government in order to redesign this road. So I used my own in there. So, in order to do that, but I had to prioritize that with other things. So you have to go through and listen to your constituents and try to prioritize the money that you're given in order to do the best you can with it.
I think the question here was,
Well, I had to save for 5 years to get enough money to put sidewalks on Ashby Lane that goes to Sun Valley Park. 5 years I had to save. And,
Tony.
what you're saying, you've got extra money left over, or you did, to work on your parks. And, I'm scraping by just to, put sidewalks down to a park in my district.
I think she would support having new suburban cities in her area.
I think her people will. Hey, Tony.
I
don't
think
put
you'll have
money
to get
in your
66%
word in your mouth.
people.
So, yeah, just to clarify, so just to clarify for everybody else, Metro Council districts get two funds, NDF and CIF funds, and they are equally, not equitably, they're equally distributed to each district. So if it's $100,000 for capital projects, everybody gets $100,000. It doesn't matter how many suburban cities you have. Paul McCraney's district, District 7, Brent Ackerson, and a few others that have like St. Matthews.
Don't forget about Shively.
Shively, that's a great point. I think that at one point that was 2/3 of keep District 3, right? So yeah, I mean, these districts are completely dominated by suburban cities. I've only got one left, that's Middletown. It's less than 1/3 of my district, right? Now, so I'll compare myself to Sydney's district, right? That is true that we all get the same amount of CIF dollars. Of course, the difference being is that the city repairs all of your streets. In my case, it does not. So proportionately, like for example, the Dixie Highway project, right? That was state, city, right? A lot of different funding going through it. So when you look at how much city money goes into the roads, right? You're more likely to get actual city money going into roads. Whereas I will not, because Middletown has to fix any road, Middletown, right? We don't touch it, right? So, I'm not disputing what you're saying is incorrect. And that might be a political debate that Metro Council has to have if we need to account for that in CIF and NDF dollars. But with that said, I would say it's far more complicated than just roads, because again, I'll pick on, we mentioned parks, and I think you've experienced this too, I know at least with your pools, is that I will tell you, we just did the Parks for All project. They admitted that Crosby Park and Long Run Park, which have been in my district now for quite some time, and Berrytown Park, this was true of while it was in my district, only ever got any funding from the city if I put it in from my CIF fund. Whereas there are districts that are unincorporated all throughout more urban areas who have had lots of dollars thrown into their parks from the city. So that's not equitable either. And I've made the decision on how to use that money. So I would just say it's not just, I get what you're saying about roads, it's not incorrect. But at the same time, we would have to look at far beyond that. It would have to be roads, parks dollars, other services that those of us particularly, those of us, I know myself, I can only speak for myself. I've had to plug the holes of lack of investment in other projects that other districts get. Because
that's my whole point, Tony.
Yeah.
I've had to plug that. Do you know a
But that's not due to suburban
$1.6 million
cities.
investment into Sun Valley Park? Not one dime
Agreed.
came from Parks Department
Agreed, but that's
or the
not,
administration.
my point is that has nothing to do with CIF dollars. CIF dollars,
Yeah, it
the
does.
proportionality or whether or not you have
Use
suburban.
CIF to,
I understand, but it's not whether or not you had a suburban city or not. Like you didn't
no,
get screwed
no,
because
but
you had.
to Ken's point, you know, he had money left over and he invested it in his park. You know, I have never had money left over.
He didn't say he had money left over. He prioritized it in a certain way.
No,
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 I
no,
always
in
have
fact-
needs that exceed my dollars.
No, in fact, I had
I'm not really sure what we're debating here.
to do like 3 years. of
Question here
things
had to
over
do with.
We do the same thing. I save money.
The chair's talking.
The issue on the table was state funds and the allocation of state funds based on population. Are we talking about that, or is the point that straightening up this problem doesn't fix another? Which is what I think I am hearing. And so I guess I'd like to understand, do we want to defer both of these for a longer discussion of that larger question? Or do we want to just vote on this one and then deal with the other one, either not at all, or somebody make a motion on it? So in the absence of a response,
He just said.
adjourn the meeting. We'll pick it up tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Yes, tomorrow, yes, 3:00. Do not show up at 2. I know you're gonna, exactly, that's true.
Yeah.
Is the meeting being adjourned?
Yes, it's been adjourned. Sorry, I hope that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow at 3.
All right.